anything to do with this?
Well, we can talk about the evidence of what's been going on in America the last 400 years.
Talk about this case. Talk about this case.
I'm talking about it, but I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it. Now, if you've asked me to come on to be your guest, and I'm going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it, sir.
Wow, strong evidence she's presented right out of the gate. You know, she's trying to convince the public that they are on the right side, that their case is the strongest, right? And the evidence that she presents is, well, actually, I don't care about the evidence. In fact, I don't want to look at the evidence because it disproves my entire argument. So what I'm just going to say is, look at what happened 200 years ago, and that's proof.
Now, you asked me a question based on what does race have to do with it. We can talk about Fannie Hamer and what she's talked about in Mississippi being a place of oppression. But as we talk about this case and what's important, if you do not want people to speculate, then investigate. The family, I'm not talking about those online, but the family has that questions be answered. And I would like to ask you, do you have a child?
I do not have a child.
Okay, well, I do. I have a 19-year-old daughter. I also had a cousin who was murdered, who was also a football star, who was murdered at 19.
I wonder how that came about. And I wonder who did it to her cousin. Maybe another cousin, you think? I think I could safely bet that it wasn't one of these that did that. But maybe she'll just change the history in her mind. You know, she conveniently leaves that part out. If, by the way, if her cousin was murdered by someone and it was one of us, she would definitely bring that up. So have a feeling that her cousin was murdered by a usual suspect, you know. But of course, the claim that they're trying to make is that we're out there committing all the crimes that they are, in fact, committing.
And it took us about a month to find his body. So maybe there's not empathy there from you, sir. I'm not sure.
This has nothing to do with a lack of empathy. You're calling for an investigation. Everyone is there anyone who's saying that there shouldn't be an investigation?
It actually does, because you're jumping to race when the family.
I'm not jumping to race. I didn't hire.
It's actually unbelievable. The fact that these people have their legal licenses, she's an assistant to an attorney, is baffling. And it's quite concerning. Okay. And I would just say that the video goes on and on and on, but she refuses to talk about evidence. And she's just trying to say, well, because you don't have a kid, you don't understand. Our clear-cut evidence that these boys definitely did it is because his phone was left on the boat. Yeah, that's actually how it works. You just know nothing about what you're talking about and have clearly never been invited on a boat and have clearly never gone to a sandbar. So there's your little update on that case, the Nolan Wells case. While we are sitting back waiting for the evidence to come out, which it's like everybody's given their statements. It's a very clear-cut case of an accident. People just don't know how the water is. People don't know how the ocean works. They don't know how this whole culture is. That everything they're using as evidence is just easily explainable. You leave your phone on the boat when you go to the sandbar. It's very easy to drown. In case you guys don't know, it's very easy to drown. It's called the silent killer for a reason. You go in the water, especially when these things, and you got channels and whatever, and when the tide switches, the channels get really rough and the currents get really rough. At the end of these islands, it also drops off abruptly oftentimes. So you'll be waiting out normally, the current's really swift, but you think you're safe because you're in 2 feet of water. Then all of a sudden, you're in 10 foot of water. The water's overhead. You're getting pulled out in the current. Your mind goes into this weird phase where you kind of panic and you stop thinking and you stop your body and your functions all just kind of stop. You don't know how to swim anymore. I lifeguarded at the beach for years and I've had like 28, 29 rescues. So I've seen this. It happens all the time. And before the guards would get on duty in the morning, before they'd clock in, a lot of times people drowned it in the morning. They would be going out for a walk. I've heard this firsthand. People would go walking. They'd go down to where there's the channel. They're walking along the seashore. They go and they dip their toes in. It's early morning. Nobody's out and about. And they get in over their head. The current pulls them out. And they either get sucked out to sea or they get sucked into the marsh. Happens all the time. Don't know what to tell you. We got to talk about this video. This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Erling Haaland. Is that how you're pronouncing his name? Is that even his correct name? I don't know. I know the face. He's that Nordic soccer player that is awesome. And the Norway team, I'm totally rooting for them. I think they actually got knocked out of the the game or something. England beat them or whatever because of a Erling Haaland. Is that how you pronounce his name?
My goodness.
Erling Haaland.
Erling Haaland. Oh my goodness. You know, Becky, I'm rooting for that Nordic man. Oh my goodness. And of course, Becky right here is gonna try to talk about Nordic men that will never fuck her in real life. Becky's out here, enjoying life and everything. You know how white American chicks are. Oh, look at that national team, those strong Nordic men. Yeah, the strong Nordic men that none of y'all bitch will ever get fucked dick down from. That's all. Holland will never dick you down, lady. You'll never see his penis ever. Like, it's black white American chicks have some weird fascination that these men are gonna come over to as a joy, give them babies. Like, that's not gonna happen. They're gonna look at you like, ew.
Is that how you're pronouncing his name? Is that even his correct name? I don't know. I know the face. He's that Nordic soccer player that is awesome, and the Norway team. I'm totally rooting for them.
Football. It's called football, not soccer. Football. Everyone, let's say it again. It's football, not soccer. We don't care about egg ball.
I think they actually got knocked out of the game or something. England beat them or whatever because of a foul or something.
A foul.
But anyway, the we was knows no bounds. Okay, we was culture has no bounds. There are no limits. So they're saying now, the community is now saying, and this is not an isolated event. I've seen multiple videos like this. The community is now claiming that this Norwegian Viking soccer player from Norway, in multiple videos like this, the community is now claiming that this Norwegian Viking soccer player from Norway is a king. Not even joking.
So y'all mean to tell me this ain't a black man? Look at the nose, look at the lips, look at the stature, the athletic ability. Y'all mean to tell me this man is not black? When I first seen this man on the screen, I thought,
oh my goodness. There's nothing more delusional than the black American female. So we got Becky here saying, I like this Nordic man that'll never give me his dick, praising this man. And you got lighter bone Keisha saying this is a black man. Message to American women, can you please stop harassing these foreigners? Can you stop doing that? Seriously? Can you please stop harassing this man from Norway, a man that has a girlfriend already? I cannot believe this shit. It's too funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a black man. Wow.
y'all mean to tell me this man is not black? When I first seen this man on the screen, I thought, black man. First thing I thought. And I know you may say, Amanda, he has blonde hair, he has white skin, but black people come from all sort of variants. I think this is a black man. I may stand corrected. I may be wrong. But in my mind, this is a black man. You may say, Amanda, he has blonde hair, he has white skin, but black people come from all sort of variants. I think this is a black man. You may say, Amanda, he has blonde hair, he has white skin, but black people come from all sort of variants.
This is how bad, this is the sickness of the American Negro. They're going to claim a man that is far away from their community as possible. This man is from Norway, yet the American Negro is going to say that's a black man. And of course, this girl on the right is going to try her best and say, that's a white man, that's my white man. I'm cheering for those Nordic men. Yes, the same Nordic men will never give you penis. Because trust me, lady, you're not attractive either. And they're fighting over this Nordic football player. Can you please leave the man alone? Leave him alone. He's living life. He has a girlfriend. He has a family, which none of y'all actually have. He has a culture he's proud of. Leave the man alone. But no, not Americans. No. They're trying to claim. You got on one end this white bitch who is proud to be white, but yet has a mixed child with a Middle Eastern man. Says that he finds this man attractive. I'm rooting for Norway to win, which is whatever. On the other side, you got this lady here who's claiming this man is black. Oh my goodness.
And I know you may say, Amanda, he has blonde hair, he has white skin, but Black people come from all sort of variants. I think this is a black man. I may stand corrected. I may be wrong. But in my mind, this is a black man.
Okay. And I show this video on the hills of talking about the Nolan Wells story to kind of to let you know the same logic that was behind that video is the exact same logic that is being used in the case against the friends that took Nolan Wells out to Horn Island. Those same super geniuses are the ones out solving this crime. They've got their microphones, they got their magnifying glasses, and they're using the case that she made that Erling Haaland is a Kang is about as strong as the case that they're saying that Nolan Wells' friend since childhood took him out to arguably one of the most populated areas on the 4th of July, and they're maliciously, him. Same logic, same actors involved. Anyway, that's the show, folks. Hope you enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Joking.
So y'all mean to tell me this ain't a black man?
Joking.
So y'all mean to tell me this ain't a black man? Look at the nose, look at the lips, look at the stature, the athletic ability. Y'all mean to tell me this man is not black? When I first seen this man on the screen, I thought, black man. First thing I thought, this man on the screen, I thought, black man. When I first seen this man on the screen, I thought, black man. First.
Keisha and Becky fighting for the same man as always. Oh God, this man, black and white American females, man, they're a bunch of fucking mammies. They gotta stop doing this stuff. I mean, they're trying to fight over a dude that they'll never fuck them. This is embarrassing. But meanwhile, your men are all dating outside their races all the time. I mean, I'm laughing at this stuff, but it's comical. It's truthful. It's easy. I mean, you look at black and white American females, they really are fighting over this man. Becky, why? I see this video about Haaland. Becky, why are you harassing this man? Do you realize that this man has nothing to do with you and your failed community that is the white American male run community? It is not my fault that the white American men in this country are self-loathing, self-hating. They don't like themselves. They're all dating out, making mixed children, and those mixed kids are also fucked up. It is not my fault this is happening. Well, this man is actually proud of being Norwegian. He's actually proud of his Viking legacy. He's actually proud of being proud of his culture. So are the men of the national team. These are proud men. And then we have to come to the United States and to see him perform, which is fantastic, only to be harassed by Americans of all types staring at, oh my God, look at that Nordic man. And by the way, I see a lot of white American males getting a little horny on this man too. Holland is a Nordic Norwegian man. Okay? He's actually from Europe. You guys are failures that came to the United States who lost their culture. So instead of you guys trying to learn Norwegian or learn Viking history, learning Scandinavian history, probably visiting, trying to learn to write the language. No. You're not doing that shit. You're not doing that crap. Instead, you're self-loathing and you're oogling at him. Oh my God, this is how a white man's supposed to look like, 6'5", built and tall, and this is what. And this, I mean, I'm telling you, the white nationalists are drooling over this man. Drooling. Like they want to suck his dick. That's how self-defeating the white American male is. He is self-defeating. That's why I don't respect him. That's why I look at him weird. Which is why I keep saying, especially people from the Midwest, who are predominantly Scandinavian ancestry, that don't want to learn their culture, that don't want to learn the language, that don't want to do anything. Instead, they'll tell other people. So you see guys like him, they get all emotional. They start saying, my family's from Scandinavia. I got family from Norway and Sweden and Iceland and Denmark and Greenland and yeah, all the Nordic places you can think of, right? Oh, they're very proud. You got white nationalists who pretend to be Viking lords, pretend using Odin or whatever bullshit they want to name, drooling over this man. Here's my response to these people. You guys are fakes. You guys are phonies. You are liars. You are not proud to be white. This girl here, who's a mammy here to white men, she needs to realize that her men do not like being white. You want to date out. You love interracial sex. Very true. The white American men love interracial sex. They love that shit. They can't get enough of it. They just love it. It's like a drug. You are no different from black American men. No, you're the same people. Okay? And you got this black mammy here saying that this man's a black man. This is how self-defeating black women are. They are so desperate for a man. They got to convince themselves that Holland is a black man. Wow, look at his blonde hair, blue eyes, and that blonde hair and blue eyes. I saw a black man. That's how desperate these women are. They're so desperate. They got to convince themselves that Holland is a black man. That's how crazy this is. And you would see it's sad about this is that Holland would never even fuck any of these chicks, black or white American. Why would he? Why would he want to go to bed with any of you ladies? Why would he want to go to bed with white American chicks? Why would he take his 6'5" body with his big dick? Why would he want to sleep with you ladies? The logic behind this doesn't make any sense. You got white nationalist men drooling over this man. I seen comments from this. Oh my God, you see that tall, blonde hair, blue eye man, Holland. Oh, I saw the comments on Reddit, on TikTok. It was everywhere. Twitter, X. You see nothing but grown white men. Oh, look at that man. Look how strong. When he took his shirt off, these men were drooling. Like, oh, white power. Oh. Which, by the way, I keep telling y'all, Becky, your man is gay. That's a gay man. And Keisha, your man's gay too. A lot of y'all men you go to bed with, a lot of them are DL homosexuals. Not only they were self-hating and self-loathing, they don't care about culture. There's no community anymore in this country no more. Not only that, you're also having they're also loving interracial sex and also fucking other men as well. And what do you ladies do in return? Y'all sit there and say it's okay to date bisexual men. When we all know if that man was walking around anywhere in the United States, that Holland would probably get raped by black and white men together. We all know this. And I keep saying, y'all, leave this man alone. And right now, even Argentina right now, the national team is down in Atlanta right as we speak. I've spoken to several Argentinians that actually are down there to be careful of the Negro. He is DL, he is at large. Protect yourself. Because we'll talk more about Argentina because this is like the mecca of all meccas. Argentinian men. I mean, this is you talk about hatred across the board on social media. I mean, the level of hate these guys are going through the most. I mean, it's like a typhoon around the world. Argentinian men. This is like even the American Negro is going crazy. Even the mixed race men, even the white T American male, he's speaking negative about Argentinian men. It's crazy how there's so much negative press from this one national team just because these guys are predominantly European descent. And of course, whenever it's a history, talk about black genocide, all this weird stuff going on. Meanwhile, in the United States, in America, they got self-genocide within the black American male community, killing each other left and right. But they don't care about that. They want to focus on Argentina and racism and white supremacy and blah, blah, blah. And to the point now, even white supremacists from the United States are upset with Argentina, which is crazy to me. Yes, it's true. The white American male is telling Becky to not look at those men. And yes, Tyrone's doing the same thing too. Well, Keisha already knows she has no shot. So, of course, she be full-blown racist towards Argentinian men. Argentinian man, you are racist. You will never fuck me. I hate your guts. Scary time, folks. Scary times. We live in dark times. Well, let's get to it here, folks. Nasty people. Look at me. How dare you talk to me like that? Racism, colorism, the evil white man. Look at you. Look at your faces, bitches. Look at you. And yes, by the way, on Wednesday, we will talk greatly deep of the matchup coming up. There is a big, big game coming up, and that is Argentina versus England. Now, this is a very, for people that don't know, this is a historic matchup. There's going to be security over there. I will not be there. My friends will be there at that match. But that's a historic event. It was either going to be England versus Argentina or Brazil versus Argentina. Whatever it is final. Argentina versus England in the semifinals. Spain versus France. These are powerhouses around the world. They will compete for the Final Four to go to the finals on Sunday. And of course, black and white American males on social media, on YouTube, are talking about this. Now, I'm going to talk about the World Cup in regards to white Americans and black Americans. I know that you guys are watching the World Cup for the first time. I know most of y'all don't care. I know you guys don't know nothing about the sport. So I'm gonna say something to you guys again. When I listen to people about what's going on in these games, the racism, white supremacy, and everything like that, I'm like, the thing is that, you know, Like it's something that's pundit, right? And this goes to show you, and this goes to show you more. But before we do, I want you to understand this. Now, we will. This is why I'm going to say this again. It's very important to hear the Negro speak. Before we speak more into this, the World Cup, everything else, we have to understand the Negro. We're going to press this what's going on here. Oh, look, there he is, the Negro right there, talking about anti-blackness.
Have you ever heard of the phrase, the worst enemy of a Mexican is a Mexican, or that that Mexicans, once they become successful, they become white, or anything like that? And I was scrolling through TikTok and I see this seems to be a trending topic right now. And it got me to thinking because, I grew up around Mexicans and El Salvadorians, right? And when I say I grew up with them, I mean, they were my friends. We went to school together. I went to their quinceañeras, I had me a little, Mexican had me a Guatemalan girlfriend I almost married one time, right? I was young, whatever, right?
You see this? You see the Negro being pro-black. You talking about his sexual fantasies. I used to bang Guatemalan chick. I'm about to marry one before the epiphany had being pro-black. You see the Negro just loves talking about, I know about Latinos. I fucked them. I had sex with them. I took off their panties and I fucked them. Even they disclose it. Even, yes, some of them will say, yes, I try to fuck one of the men too. The Black American male, he loves having sex with Latinos. He loves that shit. I mean, even the pro-black or not, they love having sex, want mixed-race children, and they know those mixed offsprings are end up fucked up as shit, but they don't care. Like they just want to get lighter children as possible. And of course, they'll start blaming the Hispanic side, saying you won't accept my mixed child. Which my response is no, we're not going to accept your mixed child because you know what you're doing with those mixed children. They grow to be black, more identified, and they defend your black honor. And we gotta sit there and have care to Black Americans, and then of course we don't do that. Then you start shaming Latinos for being anti-black and racist and white supremacists and all that dumb shit. And because the reason why that they're doing this because deep down inside they have no community. So that's why they do that.
Girlfriend had a lot of Latino girlfriends, right? Just that's just what it is around here in Maryland, right? It's just Latino women like black dudes, and it's just what it was. Yeah, black, but I'm married to a black woman, right? A black, biggity black woman. So that was high school, whatever, right? But as I grew up and observed their culture, I knew that that they have a family oriented culture, as far as how it's set up, right? And it's very familiar. Like there's a lot of familiarity to it when you look at how they are and how we are. We actually like the culture, the real Mexican culture, the way the family structure is set up, the way they operate the same way we operate.
No, it
right?
doesn't.
Mamas don't play that
okay,
shit.
First of all, he said he lived in Maryland, right? I live in Maryland. That's a lie. Everyone knows that most of y'all live in ghettos, and it's all falling apart. You have a high, but I will say this in credit to them. They have an upper middle class that work for the government, and it wasn't for white people hiring your black asses and giving you the extra money that they actually deserve to make. What does your middle upper class do in return? They actually leave the hoods and create their own little enclaves, get the fuck away from you guys. And he's saying that the black family's culture is no, it's not. You know how I know it's not the same? Because if it was the same, okay, Negro, why are you dating outside your race so much? He sat there and said that I'm about to marry Guatemalan chick. I dated these Latinas. So how come you don't see Latino men dating black women then, black American chicks? How come you don't see it the other way around? I live in Maryland. You don't see many black. You don't see many Mexican or Hispanic guys dating black chicks in this area. You just don't. Okay? They just love the black man. Yeah. So they date you. You have a bunch of mixed race children, half black, half Latinos, and they grew up all fucked up in the head. So I'm still confused. How is it that we're the same people, but when you have your mixed race children, they're all fucked up? Why is that? Why am I seeing this? Every time you guys do this stuff, you have mixed children. They all have identity issues. And they all have black dads. And no one says a word about this. The Negro, and now remember, he's pro-black now. He's pro-black. But before he was pro-black, he wasn't getting interracial sex. And you know, this is why I keep telling y'all about these pro-blacks. How like these black American males that they're hotepping and talk about white supremacy. Go ask about their sex lives. How much interracial coochie they had. All the time. This black American male loves interracial sex. You're a golden guy, speak all the time. I don't care, Cam. I want to make more mixed children. Yeah, ugly people like you, get the fuck out of here. You know these kids come out ugly, right? Why do you think, like I said before many times, don't you think it's embarrassing when you look at mixed race people from Europe? They look more attractive looking, but the ones in the United States are all busted looking. You think that's embarrassing? You got these dudes on social media trying to claim, oh my God, Jude Bellingham, he's Anglo mulatto. And no, even Jude Bellingham, he is not the same as y'all. You are from the United States. You are Americans. You are not him. Jude Bellingham is not the same as you. Okay? He grew up in England. He is biracial. He lived in Germany. He now goes to Spain. He speaks German, English, Spanish. And you're going to sit there and tell me that man is the same as biracial dudes in the United States? Fuck no. That's a fantasy they have in their head. It is not the same thing. The Nigerian goalkeeper, who is German, mother German, but born in Germany, dad, I think, Nigerian, mom German. The guy speaks English, German, Pidgin. I think he speaks French or Spanish? 3 or 4 different languages. And you got these women. He's a handsome black man. He's a handsome black man. Bitch, that man ain't gonna talk to you. He's talking to Cardi B. You think that dude's gonna tap Cardi B's ass? The same Cardi B bitch that there's nothing but dark-skinned black American DL black man? Come on now. Why the hell would that man want to sleep with that woman? You go, Cardi B. You go. Fuck her. It represents us black women, because we can't get dick from anybody. That's embarrassing. But we got other things. See the logic behind this dude? He's pro-black, but back in my day, I had interracial coochie. And he started saying how Mexican families are the same as black American families, which is comical because there's not many Mexicans in Maryland to begin with. It's actually very, very few.
Right? The mama, the kids don't talk back, you know what I'm saying, to the parents, or they're going to get their ass whipped, you know what I'm saying? Like, the structure itself, the daddy go out there and bust his ass and come home and bring home the bacon, you know, it's just, and as far as a cohesion, it looks from the outside that they are a unified group of people, right? Matter of fact, it looks from the outside that all Latinos are a unified group of people, right? And if you look online, right, when, let's say, there's an altercation between a black person and a Latino person, right? All of a sudden, you'll see the Latinos click up, right? And we can't tell who from who, and they're going at us, we're going at them, you know, it's a thing, right? And usually when they're criticizing us, they are using the idea that they are unified and they know how to love each other and not fight each other and all these things, right?
No,
but every time I hear it, I'm kind of like, no, that's not
Negro. No. What they're telling you is to leave people alone. We have our own issues to worry about. We have problems in our own community as well, and to leave people alone. That's the whole point. Leave people alone and focus on your community and fix your community up. No community is perfect. What they're trying to tell you is to leave people because you are harassing people. And right now you're harassing Argentinian people. You are harassing these people. You're the ones approaching these people. I show speeds wants me next to these people. These evil. They're racist towards him. If they're racist towards black people, then why is I show speed trying to be near them? Why, if there's such racism in that community, why is this man with his big pop belly taking his clothes off, showing his penis to a Guatemalan vagina? But yeah, he's pro-black. Where's the logic in this? Someone's got to sit down and tell me this. The logic behind the brain cell of the Negro in this country. And then I see videos, endless videos of black Americans still obsessing over Julian Quinones, the Mexican footballer who is black, who's a black Colombian man. They are obsessing at that man, harassing that man. And, the black Mexican. Oh my God. You know, this Negro, I mean, this black American male Negro, the way he's talking about that one black Mexican player is like they're about to open their mouths wide open and get cum in their faces. That's how big a fan they are. They're such a big fan that they'll go to bed with that man. That's how mentally sick these guys are in the head. Okay? Now, the funny thing about that guy is that he lives in Mexico. Okay? But yet, they're going to tell you that Mexicans are racist people towards black people. So why is a black Colombian who speaks Spanish, and only mostly Spanish, goes to Mexico, gets Mexican citizenship, and lives in Mexico with his wife, and has kids in Mexico, and decides to live in Mexico? Then you got the Negro showing up, saying that Mexicans are anti-black, they hate black people, they're racist, and now you see this, they're like, yeah, he black like me. Look at him. Look at him. He look like me. I mean, seriously, that black American male has his dick out. He's ejaculating on it. It is no different with even the whites from South America. I mean, this white American male is horny. He looks at Messi. Listen, I'm not dumb. I know this white American male. I know him. I know when I look at that man, like, oh my God, it's Messi. He's so white. Oh, the way he attacked those Negroes, the way he attacked those Arab men, he just beats them up. He just plays. Oh my God. Oh, where's my Argentinian jersey? I bought a Messi jersey. Oh yes. I swear to God to you guys, these dudes look like they're more in love with these men than is the women. It is no different with the Negroes' love for the Brazilian national team. And yes, on Wednesday, it's been confirmed. We will speak about mixed race men's hatred for mixed race girls in America, but they want to be with a Brazilian man because we know his preferences. It's not mixed race women at all. It's actually a Brazilian man. But now, Princess, we discuss about that down the road, where we will talk about more in depth of the mixed race man's secret love for Brazilian men. that we will get in that conversation down the road. But we will talk, not on this stream, but later on the other stream, we will talk about how so many mixed race men in America, mixed race American males, are just dying to be with a Brazilian man. Oh my God, Brazilian man. Oh, your culture. Oh, the language. Speak to me in Portuguese. Oh, yes. Yeah. And, you know, the Negro, don't get twisted. The Negro wants a Brazilian man too, but, it's, oh my goodness. It's some scary times. But we're going to get more into Argentina the most. That's a topic we need to talk about. But before we do, let's finish this.
Not making sense to what I know, because what I know is, even though they have a similarity towards as far as how our family is constructed, they fight each other all the time, right? The exact same thing that they accuse us, the lowbrow members of their community, when they're fighting us, when egos are going back and forth, the same things they saying, that the issues that we have as a Black community, they literally have the exact same issue within the Latino community, within the Mexican community, right? And I remember this one time I was working in some building in Friendship Heights, Maryland, and I was contracted to oversee.
No, Friendship Heights, DC.
Window contractors. They were putting in windows in the building, right? And so one of the guys, he was a Mexican, right? And I don't know what we were talking about, but I think the issue of Border Patrol came up, and he was very anti-Mexican. And my brain could not compute. I'm like, aren't you Mexican? Like, these are your people coming over, right? Why are you so against your own people coming over? I don't get it. Especially me being a historian, I know that what we call a Mexican is an Indian, and they are native to North America. They're native to the places that they are illegal immigrants in, supposedly, right? But they have an identity crisis, right? Mexicans and a lot of Latinos have an identity crisis that is a result of colonialization, right? So they shun their Native American heritage, their true identity as Native Americans, right? Who built all those fantastic structures that the white people don't know how to build. You know what I'm saying? You got Africans who build fantastic structures, and you got those Native Americans who built those fantastic structures. You got the beginning of the spectrum, the beginning of the spectrum of human architectural achievement in Africa, and then you got a group of people, the Native Americans, who are a result of Africans transversing the entire planet, making it all the way to Central America, and maintaining that ancient knowledge and still continuing to build culturally consistent with humanity megalithic structures that amaze our architects to this day. Right? That's their history. But they're not proud of that, right?
Well, what?
They're gearing more towards the Spaniards, the Portuguese, those white savage barbarians who assaulted, attacked, destroyed their culture, and gave them a language that they're proud of, which is their colonizer language, right? And then once I started to work for Customs. That's why I said I be knowing what I'm talking about. I work for Customs and Border Patrol, with Customs and Border Patrol, USAID, EPA, all these three-letter agencies. I say I went like that. Three-letter agencies for 15 years, right? And I met so many Border Patrol officers who were Mexican, and they hated other Mexicans. And as a Black person, from the outside looking in, I could not figure out.
Well, first of all, time out. Those people that you're talking about are at the border. I don't think you guys seem to understand this. Those are not Mexican. Those are Mexican Americans that have been living in the United States for 3 or 4 generations. These are people that their Spanish is not that good, but they can communicate, that they've been living in the U.S. for since the 1900s. I know Americans don't understand that. Even for me, I actually met people that are like that, like you're Mexican, and they'll say, no, I'm Tejano, but I've been living. My family crossed the Rio Grande back in 1920s. Americans are not used to, unless you live in those areas, because for the most part, when people meet Mexicans, they're from Mexico, and they're little hobbit people, that kind of thing. So it's funny that he's saying this, right? So he says that he's in Friendship Heights. He works for the Border and Customs agencies, and there's a guy installing windows, and they're telling him that he hates Mexicans. That doesn't make any sense. That clearly does not make any sense. that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And another thing too is that remember one thing also. There is a difference between Mexicans from Mexico and Mexican Americans. It's not the same thing. When people talk about Mexicans here in the United States, these are three things that they're going to encounter. Okay? They're going to encounter the Mexican American who is very Americanized and lives around white Americans due to proximity to where they live. Then they're going to meet the Mexican Americans who drop N-bombs. They want to be like us. Those are the ones that are ghetto Americanized, which they come in contact with the most. And they'll say they want to be like us. Okay? Then you meet the Mexicans who just came here to work. Who are, you see, mowing the lawn, scrubbing the toilet seats, doing all the service jobs. So the only time that you ever see them is doing some labor work or serve you a drink or food. This is why Black Americans see these people as a servitude race. Like, all I see you do is be slaves. Well, no, it's because that's the only time you see us doing work is because we're doing work. But that's the only time you see us because we don't interact with you guys. You see what I'm saying? So these are poor, lower class Mexicans who are coming to this country for quote unquote a better life, who are trying to work, trying to make money. These are the people that actually do not interact with anybody. These are the actual Mexicans that do not talk to Americans. They keep to themselves. They're trying to work, make money, and all that stuff. And usually and so the Negro is confused between the first two, and then when he's angry at Mexicans, he goes after the one that doesn't even talk to them. Okay, now the Mexicans from Mexico, which most likely that they're trying to talk to, but they can't, or when they go down there, they get upset with or something. The Mexicans who are living in Mexico, when they go down to these cities or these places, and they meet like Mexicans who are professionals, who are doctors and lawyers, they get in shock with that because their brain cells are not used to seeing that. Because what they're used to seeing is a Mexican mowing the lawn, a Mexican picking up janitor work, who's 5'2", whatever. They're now used to see a Mexican who's a lawyer, a doctor who's like 6'4", or 6 feet, or 5'11". And when they go to other parts of Mexico, and God forbid, he's very white, then they get more freaked out when they see these people. The ones who are white, tall, wide, guys who have come from money, have a Ferrari, has a mansion. Like, this is where they get the idea of white supremacy. They you enslave these people and all that weird shit because this is what they're seeing with their eyes. Okay? And they will come back, and since they cannot compute all this stuff, so they gotta go back to their American viewpoint. They try to recreate their imagery that Mexicans have a caste system, and that they're very racist and they're anti-black and they're at the bottom and there's a caste system. Which, by the way, I'm gonna say this again. The caste is full of bullshit. I can debunk them within 5 seconds. All you gotta do is tell a Black American male. So if the caste is real, does that mean I'm above you? No. And they just give you a list of shit that you're short, you're ugly, and I got big penis, I'm tall, and I make more money, you bitch. I'm all know around the world, and you beneath me, you Mexican. So already the Negro says that he's above me. So I'm like, so if you're above me, Negro, that means the caste doesn't even exist anymore. That tells you right there how dumb people are in the United States are. Okay? Now, there's one part I gotta say, and now we can talk about this. Is the Negro. Now, I watch boxing. I do watch boxing, but one thing I love about boxing is the Negroes over skin color.
Teams that usually don't do well at all in boxing, all of a sudden they're doing very well. They're making it to the medal matches. Some of them are even winning gold medals. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Then I find out it's because a lot of these countries are hiring Cuban boxing trainers. And some of them are not only just hiring Cuban trainers, some of these countries are also recruiting Cuban boxers. And the same thing happened in America. Do you know that it wasn't even that long ago that white people at some point, they felt that they were so superior to the black man that black men could not compete with them in sports. I'm talking about sports like basketball, football, baseball, etc. They literally said that black people did not have the intelligence to compete with the white man in these sports. Then all of a sudden, all it took was for one white man to take advantage of this ignorant ideology. So he started to go to the parks and observe these black people playing street ball. And what he figured out is these street ballers are better than the basketball players that we have on our team, which are all white kids. So he started to recruit them all straight from the streets. They got drafted from the streets to college basketball. Coach's name was Don Haskins. He was the head coach of Texas Western College. In 1966, Haskins, he made history by starting an all-black lineup in the NCAA men's basketball championship game. And his team played against an all-white team from University of Kentucky. Haskins and his team, of course, won the game, shocking the country and changing college sports and professional sports forever in the country. With that all being surmised, now we talk about present day. Now we talk about the sport that they call football. No, not that football, not the NFL. We're talking about soccer. Now, and I'm not a big soccer fan at all. In fact, I just recently became a very casual soccer fan. Now, the only thing I had knew about soccer for years and years and years is they had the most racist fans in the world. But what I've learned more recently outside of that is the sport of soccer.
Wow, Negro. The first thing you think, there's racism in soccer. Racism. Racism. Let's go.
Is starting to look a little bit like the NBA. Now, there's always been great black soccer players, but there's starting to be more of an influx when it comes to black soccer players spreading throughout the entire sport in every single country. And as some of you may know by now, the more successful a black man is in anything, the more envious the race fans get, the more they hate the black player. Now, if you're a black player that sucks, they don't care anything about you. You're not receiving any kind of hate because you're not a threat. This year in the World Cup may be the very first time we've ever seen a black player on every single team except for Argentina, which is a topic that I'm about to get into a little.
Oh my God, Negro. First of all, Croatia has no black players. Paraguay has no black players. And I'm going to say this again. South Korea has no black players either. Czechia has no black players. So you're lying. It's the only team that has no black people is Argentina. Wrong. Check South Korea's national team. They got any black players? Nope. Check Czechia. And the Negro is at it again. He is so fixated on skin color. It's insane. Insane. It amazes me how crazy this is. So, according to him, he came from NCAA basketball to NBA, NFL, and now it says, I noticed that there's blacks everywhere. Timeout. Negro, I hate to break the news to you. There always been black players in England. There's been black players in the Dutch national team. There's always been black players in the French team since the early 90s. There's black players that play for Switzerland, I've seen before. Now, his argument is, oh, I see black people. I said, well, yeah, because there's an influx because of what's going on in Europe. Don't you understand what's going on in Europe? He actually believes that they're hiring black people and that they're going to take advantage of the black youth. I'm like, no, that's not what's happening. What's happening is that there's a bunch of Africans and Asian people migrating to Europe. They're all over the place. That's what's happening. There's blacks living in Italy now. There's blacks living in Belgium, of course. Blacks that live in Switzerland. Now, what's comical about this, he's going to say white supremacy and all that weird shit, which is weird to me because when was the last time the Swiss ever colonized any country? So since the Negro here in America is so stupid, they got to focus on skin color so much. This is why their mixed sons are so upset with race too. This is why the white American males are also obsessed with race. We'll continue on
A bit later on in this video. But first, let's talk about Team Mexico and the player Julian Quinones. Julian Quinones is from Colombia.
Julian Quinones, bro. Julian, not Julian. Julian Quinones.
He was recruited by the Mexican team. Now, not only was he the top scorer for the country Mexico, but historically, he is the top scorer ever for the entire franchise of Team Mexico when it comes to the World Cup. He scored 4 goals and top scorer. Now, not only was he the top of the Mexican team. Now, not only was he the top scorer for the country Mexico, but historically, he is the top scorer ever for the entire franchise of Team Mexico when it
the franchise. What is this? We're selling dairy products and selling burgers and fries, Negro. We don't. It's not a franchise. It's a national team. Did he sat there and said that he's the highest goal scorer in history of Mexico? I'm gonna look here again. Hold on.
Mexico, but historically he is the top scorer ever for the entire franchise of Team Mexico when it comes to the World Cup. He scored 4 goals in 1 World Cup, which is something that had never been done in Mexico before. Now, they do have another Mexican player that scored 4 goals before, but that was throughout multiple World Cup, different years. Quinones did it in 4 goals in 1 World Cup, which is something that had never been done in Mexico before. Now, they do have another Mexican player that scored 4 goals before, but that was throughout multiple World Cup, different years. Quinones did it in 1 World Cup, not 3, not 5, just 1.
If you're watching this World Cup, there's one thing that we're all seeing. There's black people everywhere. The France versus Senegal game, it looked like Africa versus Africa. Everybody was black. The guy that scored the first goal for Mexico, blacker than me. The goalkeeper for Japan, we'll call him DeAndre Suzuki, black. Norway, Ecuador, black people on both teams. They are black.
Wait, it doesn't make any sense. Norway has 2 biracials. Bono, he's biracial. He's not black. Look at Ecuador. That's the thing about these Negroes. Ecuador's always had black players. Half of them play for the Mexican League. I know them. There's always been blacks down there. What's wrong with you people? Look. He said this.
Something that had never been done in Mexico ever for the entire franchise of Team Mexico when it comes to the World Cup. He scored 4 goals in 1 World Cup, which is something that had never been done in Mexico before. Now, they do have another Mexican player that scored 4 goals before, but that was throughout multiple World Cup, different years.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I know what he's talking about. That's a lie. Actually, the guy that you're referring to, this is who this guy is referring to. Hold up. Let me show this to you. Okay, there it is right there. Luis Hernandez. Hernandez, this guy right here, he is the one that scored 4 goals in 1 World Cup. He's tied with this guy. This was the 98 World Cup. He said scored all 4 of his World Cup goals during the 98 FIFA World Cup in France, cementing his place as a Mexican football icon, setting the record for the most goals by a Mexican in a single tournament. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This guy's lying. Like, this guy is lying. That's not true. Like, you're lying. This is the guy who scored the. And by the way, Luis Hernandez at the time, he scored goals against top tier teams. He came from behind against South Korea. He faced the 98 Dutch national team, which was loaded with top tier talent. Van der Sar, Edgar Davids, could have it, guys like that. Coleman was there still at the time. Top tier. The Dutch 98 national team was legitimately one of the best. They never won the World Cup. And he tied with those guys in the last second. Luis Hernandez, because I know this because this was the World Cup this was the first World Cup. No, this was the second World Cup I ever watched. Well, technically I watched the 99 World Cup, but the 94, 95, 98, this is what I'm trying to tell people. This Negro is lying to people. He just lies all the time. So you're just saying this lie. Forget about if I'm racist or not. Forget about that shit. You're just lying to people. Stop lying to people. He's the first Mexican to ever do this. I'm like, you're lying.
World Cup. Not 3, not 5, just 1.
If you're watching this World Cup, there's one thing that we're all seeing. There's black people everywhere. The France versus Senegal game, it looked like Africa versus Africa. Everybody was black. The guy that scored the one thing that we're all seeing. There's black people everywhere. The France versus Senegal game, it looked like Africa versus Africa. Everybody was black. The guy that scored the first goal for Mexico, blacker than me. The goalkeeper for Japan, we'll call him DeAndre Suzuki, black. Norway, Ecuador, black people on both teams. There are black people everywhere.
If you ever thought you were a minority, just watch the World Cup. It don't matter what team you watch, you finna watch black excellence. Because apparently, we're the global majority.
The ironic part is racist people who are sitting down and supporting the USA team in the World Cup are basically supporting black excellence because black people are dominating the world.
What are you talking about? What is these bitches talking about? Listen, I'm going to say this again. You do know that all these black teams lost, right? These African teams all lost. Black excellence is everywhere. Look at the U.S. national team. Yeah, it's a bunch of black men fucking German women and made a bunch of mixed chicks. Sorry, mixed sons that don't date black women. That's what y'all just created. These dark-skinned black men went to Germany, fucked a bunch of German chicks, made biracial mixed sons, who then don't date even not one dark-skinned black girl that looks like you.
Cup in European teams, in American teams, all over the world. There's black players everywhere. You love black people.
Okay, now this brings us back to Argentina. You know what's so crazy? I already told you guys. Argentina is the only country from the South that has not one single black player. And what makes that so crazy is the fact that Argentina is in South America. South America. That would be like Brazil or Colombia having no black players. Something else about Argentina that is extremely puzzling, having no black.
You do know that there's no Chilean player that's black. You are aware of this, right? You are aware that Bolivia has no black players either. Paraguay as well. So is Uruguay. There's some. There's like 1 or 2 of them. But these countries that you're talking to, Bolivia, Paraguay, Chile, Argentina, they don't have many blacks over there to begin with. Like, yeah, look at Ecuador. Look at like this part of that side of the continent. Yeah, there are more black people, black slaves because of the. But if you go down to these parts, bro, you're hitting near the Arctic Circle. It's cold down here. Like, so when Bolivia, go look at the Bolivian national. Do you have any black players over there? Paraguay has no black players. Chile has no black players. Uruguay is barely. There's some black players, but not really. I mean, so it's not just Argentina. This whole area has barely any black players. And the blacks that you're talking about that they're in Brazil, they're actually around in these areas, here to over here. But the Negro is so upset that Argentina has no black players. He's angry. I want a black man over there. Like, Negro, why do you care? Why do you care? Yeah, he's infatuated by saying people. He called the Mexican franchise. Mexican franchise? He's the only, I'm like, yeah, because he scored 4 goals in 5 games. Sorry, he scored 4 goals. Yeah, 4 goals in 5 games. Luis Hernandez scored goals in 4 games. That's why he has a higher percentage than Quiones.
Players. Something else about Argentina that is extremely puzzling is the fact that there used to be a time where black people were 40% of the population in the country. Well, you fast forward to present day, and now there's almost no black people to be found in the entire country. How did that happen? And to add insult to injury, or at least to embarrass their own country on the largest stage in the world, they proved to be the most racist country in the World Cup. Now, it's funny because when it comes to races, usually when the whole world is watching, racists, they try to be on their best behavior. They want to hide the racism. For example, when Hitler, when he hosted the Olympics, they put...
Oh, God, the Negro. Racists, they hide their racism. The Hitler. I swear to God, this Negro, dude, black Americans, man, I feel bad for biracials and their black fathers. They are obsessed with Hitler. They love Nazi talk. I mean, my goodness, they love Nazis. Like, if you told them, yo, there's a Nazi over there, this black American man will get horny. He got his dick bulging out his pants. Where's that Nazi man? I want to see this Nazi man. Where is he? There he is. Oh, there's that Nazi man. He hates my skin color. I gotta be near him. It's like, yep, Iraq has never had an African team in their team ever. Like, yeah, there's no blacks in Africa. There's no black players in the Iraq national team. He doesn't care.
They took all the swastika flags down. They hid all the stuff that they were doing to the Jews because deep down they knew that they were wrong and how it would be perceived. But when it comes to Argentina, they're not really trying to hide anything. It's in your face. It's overt.
Girl, did you know that Messi's team has quite the reputation for being racist as hell? Just a couple days ago at the World Cup, Speed, one of the most famous streamers on earth, if you've never seen him before, was literally getting berated by Argentina fans and getting told to go cry at the zoo. Wonder what they mean by that. And allegedly they were calling him a Negro. And it's not abnormal for Argentina fans. I'm zooming in on her because she was really going hard. So y'all can see her face. But it's not abnormal for Argentina fans to be doing racist shit, like making monkey noises at black players and doing racist chants. And like, don't listen to me because I know how y'all get. Go look it up yourselves. And it's not just the fans either. Enzo Fernandez, after winning the Copa America 2 years ago with Argentina, went live on the bus. And why were him and his teammates doing a racist chant about the French team and their black players being of African descent but playing for France? They're making fun of them for being black. And before you say I'm reaching...
No. They're not making fun of them being black. They're making fun of them for being French. Because if you know anything about the French national, what they're actually doing, they're cheating. In fact, that's not a joke between Argentinians. That's a joke around any football people and football fans. We all know the joke is that France we dubbed them as the African All-Star team or, it's the African national team. Because what they're doing is they're using their former colonies to extract all their talent and build a surplus of endless pipeline into the national team. Okay? Argentina is not doing that. Even Brazil, the black players that they're playing, they've been there for hundreds of years. Okay? They've been there. Right? They're not using colonies to build their national team. Brazil's not using Cape Verde, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique. They're not doing that. They're using their own people in their own country. Argentina is not using Italy or Spain or whatever background. They're using just their people in their country. Whereas France is not doing that. France is literally cheating. And that's why I call it cheating. They're literally trying to naturalize all these players to sign up and become French. And they're all on all these French clubs. And there's a pipeline. It's such a massive pipeline that players cannot compete for the national team in France. To the point that they get call-ups from other African teams. Hey, man, you were raised in France or you were born in France. Hey, but your parents are from, Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Guinea, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. Hey, come on and play for our national team. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's why those Argentinians are clowning at them and say, hey, you're bringing a bunch of foreigners in to build up your national team. There's one player that wasn't even born in France. He's from England. He played 5 years in France. Now he's a French player. The hell is that? That's what happened. I don't understand this crap. So you're going to blame Argentina and everything, but I'm thinking to myself, but wait a minute. Even Africans I talk to make fun of the French national team. And talk to them. They'll say the same thing. They'll sit there and tell you, yeah, what France is doing is cheating. That's true. Even I say the same thing. They're cheating. Now, I can understand maybe one or two, but not the fucking entire team. Come on now.
His own black teammate from Chelsea came out and posted that it was uninhibited racism. So this is when you start asking yourself, why does it seem like every other Latin American country has beef with Argentina? Why does it always seem like Argentina is at the center of a racist scandal? If you look at Argentina today, you'd be like...
Because you guys are fixated on them being white. You have more hate towards these people than white Americans. Because white Americans are cuckolds now. You go, I'm sorry. This is what white Americans do in this country. I'm so sorry, black man. I'm so sorry. We enslaved you. I'm so sorry. I feel sorry for you. Here, I'll give you stuff. I feel they got that slave deal shit. Argentina does not have that shit. You kidding me? They don't have that crap. Don't care about this shit. They're like, but these people, oh no, Argentina's a racist scandal. You know what's so funny about this shit is that you guys obsess over Latin American countries. I'll tell you an example why. Okay. They're now keep saying that there's so many Jews living in Argentina. But then at the same time, it's a lot. But there's a lot not to live in Argentina. You know where there's more Jews living? The United States. Do you know where there's more Nazis that went to? The United States. Notice that none of these people criticize the United States like that. The U.S. is the one actually bombing the other countries. That's what they're doing. Argentina is not bombing another country. Okay? They're not doing any of that shit. Instead, what you guys do is ignore what's going on in the United States and you press your fixation on Argentina, a country that you never been to. A country where you speak about, oh, they try to widen their population. Oh my God, they put the black man in the front line. There's a black genocide that occurred. And yet at the same time, they want to address the fact that they want about 2026 black genocide, whereas black men's killing each other. Nowhere to talk about blockade. Oh, they had a thing called blockademento where they were trying to widen the race and they told these black women to fuck the white man and dilute their race. And I'm thinking to myself, well, is that what the Negroes are doing right now in 2026? Isn't that what this black American male is doing right now in 2026? Fucking fucking having sex with non-black women, making lion mixed children. And we know their mixed sons would not want to fuck a black woman. So they're going to get more lighter. Isn't that what he's doing right now in 2026? Blockademento? You mean this is black? You know, man, hold on, all that dumb shit they keep talking about. Isn't that what black men are doing right now as we speak? Him engaging in interracial sex and you know, spraying their legs, having mixed children. We see it all the time. This black American male loves interracial sex. But they ignored that part. But they want to focus on Argentina, a country they've never been to. Now I'm seeing people say, they're in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm going to check it. And you know what's crazy about the even JC Mel? What's up, man? A lot of white American males, a lot of white Americans, man. JC Miller, what do white Americans think about Argentinian national team? I will guarantee you right now, those white American males, they're jealous of those men. They are jealous of Lionel Messi. They are super jealous. There he is. A white man who speaks Spanish. Oh, look at him. Look how he tears down that black man. Come on, bro. Give me a freaking break. You're gonna see again.
They just ignored the black 100 years and they're like, well, we're basically Europe. We don't have black people, so there is no racism. And that's the problem. And then if you look at a country like Brazil that has major beef with Argentina, it's no mistake that Brazil got more enslaved Africans than any country on earth. So when they tried that whitening up Brazil shit, there were too many black people for that to even work. Same continent, same era, completely different outcome. So yeah, while this is one of the continent, same era, same era country on earth. So when they tried that whitening up Brazil shit, there were too many black people for that to even work. Same continent, same era.
You see how stupid. Noticed how they're fixated on this whole whitening the race up. Yet I'm looking at the Negro. So when you don't believe me, go look at the French national team. Look at all those black footballers. Look at their wives. None of them are black. None of them are black. They tried to wind up Brazil up, but they couldn't. There's too many black over there. I'm thinking to myself, okay, and are you going to, okay, but this is 2026. Why are you not addressing the fact that this black man is trying to get outside his race and making mixed race children and making people and not just them, but women too, black Americans too, because they are creating people like Malala Vanguard, who is a self-hating mixed race man in America, who will sit there and pretend he's proud to be mixed race and that he's from the United States and he's of the Anglo crap, whatever, and then accuses me of trying to be white so bad. But he has a white dad and a white American dad. And then the crazy thing about this, he goes to Brazil and praises Brazilian men. Which I'm going to say again about these mixed race men. These men, they got a weird obsession with Brazil. They're weirdos. I mean, I'm sorry, I got to say, that's weird. That is some weird shit looking around. Oh, it says they're infatuated with Argentines, especially the Nazi wannabes. Oh my goodness.
A completely different outcome. So yeah, while this is one of the most popular teams in the World Cup, and I'm probably going to get jumped for making this video, I can't not think about this every time I watch them. So I got to root for whoever they're playing against. My bad.
What's wrong with that guy? You ready? That's crazy, bro.
You know what's so ironic is you got this fat, nasty looking Latino who looks like a monkey because he's making himself look like a monkey, literally, because we all know monkeys come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. But here's my point. None of us wants to look like him. Not even close. Unlike him wishing that he was a white man, we don't want to change our race. Because
wishing that he's a white man, Negro, he is white. That's the scary part. See, and this is what I don't like about Black Americans, because they got the same mindset. They're going to sit there and say, white American, is this person a white man? Like this is the thing I don't want this conversation, because they will go to white Americans like they're they're like the definer of what's white or not. I'm gonna say this again. Since when did white Americans become this absolutist when it comes to what's white? These like no. Like if you go that if I want to know who's white or what is white, I'm gonna talk to Europeans. I'm not talking to white Americans on what is white. But Black Americans will do this stuff. They'll literally go up and ask, "Who do you think these people are whiter like you?" Of course they're not. Like, dude, my man, no. So he's saying that you trying to be white so bad. He is white, and they don't want to look like you. Dante's boxing is fat, bro. You look like him. You're obesely fat. You got this big ass, huge mega belly. You haven't seen your dick since 1985. That's how fat you are.
We know the majority of women, they gonna choose us way before they choose him over and over and over again.
While the World Cup is a contest for football's...
They gonna choose us. They gonna choose us way before they choose him. They gonna choose us. They gonna choose us.
They're gonna choose us way before these are the times. And guess what he shows as the image of the black man?
Way before they choose him over and over and over again.
While the World Cup is a contest for football's biggest prize, with teams giving their best shot on the field, off the field as well, there are titles to be won, it seems. For example, the world's sexiest footballer. While you may have your own pick, as of now, one player is getting a lot of love, admiration, and a highly sought-after title, according to many. Let's tell you who we are talking about. While Nigeria has not qualified for the 2026 World Cup, the team's goalkeeper has definitely qualified as someone who has been attracting eyeballs. His name is Maduka Okoye. The 26-year-old player basically grabbed a lot of attention and eyeballs while playing a pre-World Cup friendly against Portugal earlier this month. Specifically, his pre-match walk garnered millions of views online, and his follower count has also shot up. This is his story. He was born in August 1999 in Germany to a Nigerian father and German mother, reportedly. And as of now, continues to be a viral sensation. with many football fans also becoming a fan of his looks.
And they will never be a fan of your looks, looking like a fat-ass drunk monkey. Man, if I was Speed with the platform that he has, a fat-ass drunk monkey.
So, wait. So, Negro, you're going to put a mixed-race man from Germany as a black man who's an athlete versus a fat-weight monkey. Negro, you are a fat monkey, too. And by the way, you just pit him with a mixed bit. You didn't piss, see his sign of the black American male self-hating. You would put a mixed race man as a way to compete with Argentinian men. Notice that he's not going to pit dark-skinned black dudes. But we're going to get more into this. Hold on.
Man, if I was Speed with the platform that he has, I would have had my cameraman zoom in real close so people really know who he is. And then I would start to ask my loyal fans to find out more information about this guy.
You mean
doxing? Who is he?
doxing?
What's his name? Where does he work? Et cetera, et cetera. Get his Facebook. Get all of his social media accounts. Completely embarrass and expose the shit out of him. That's what Speed should have did.
Okay, I was watching Switzerland. I said, how they get...
Wait. Hold on there, Negro. Hold up. So you're promoting being doxxed. We're going to dox this guy where he lives, where he works. So you want him to show up where he lives, where he works, and do what? Hurt somebody? See right there? They expose themselves. You see how black Americans want to sit there, want to hurt other people just because of a gesture being made? Listen, if that was me, how many times have I seen black Americans try to fight someone? Black American males causing a ruckus. Black American males fighting other people. Black Americans shoving people down the ground. Black American males shooting up like local areas in broad daylight, right? Is it weird that the Negro will not call out anyone, say, we gotta dox that guy, where he lives, where he works, find that guy who's committing these actual crimes? No. The Negro is he will not give a fuck about that. But if someone dares show him a monkey face, oh my goodness, he will go full-blown Wakanda on you. He will demand where you live, where you work. I want pictures. I want people to beat him up. Yeah, but the Negro that is raping underage children, no, he's not getting dogs. No. The black American male that is going around pushing people off stairs and punching Asian people and peeing on them, he's not gonna say a word about that. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care none of that shit. He doesn't care about even black American women getting beaten up by black American dudes in the park. Which, by the way, all the stuff I'm saying right now are all recent events that occurred the last 2 months. Notice the Negro does not want to dox any of those men. But God forbid you make a monkey chant. This black American male will go full force on you and say, we gotta know where you live, and these Argentines are racist and blah, blah.
All those black players, they didn't even colonize anybody. That's just where the colonizers parked their money. But then I watched Qatar get washed by Canada. Most of Canada's team was black. I know I ain't the only one. I said, how many people did Harriet Tubman take up there? But then I looked again, and half of Qatar's team was black. Apparently gold ain't the only thing that the UAE and Qatar are taking from Sudan. Too much? Sorry, there are a lot of Afro-Qataris there because of the East African slave trade from the 17th to the 19th centuries.
And black people, we are no longer.
The Negro. Negro. First of all, Switzerland has an open border policy. Those black people are coming because they're refugees. These are the countries in Africa. Like, Negro, do you understand that it's actually embarrassing to see all these black players playing in these other countries, meaning that they have to go to white countries to take care of their families? Do you think it's embarrassing? Look at Canada. I'm like, yeah, there's blacks in Canada. We're everywhere. Of course they are, because no one wants to live in Africa. That's the part, Negro, that you don't want to hear about. No one wants to live in Africa. No one. Like, that's the part you gotta understand. And by the way, notice this. They're fixated on Sweden, on Switzerland. You notice that no one He's not even talking about the Ivory Coast national team, the Ghana national team. Notice that South Africa qualified to the second round for the first time ever in history. The Negroes will say we're not worried about that. In fact, he's more fixated on the black guy that plays for Norway. And he's not even black, he's biracial. The Negroes are fixated on one black dude that plays for Mexico against South Africa, a team that's entirely black, that looks just like them. But they ignore that. They want to look at that black Mexican man and just want to go down on him and give him a blowjob. Because the Negro hates himself so much. And black Americans are so retarded people, and they don't understand this stuff. I said, you do real, and then he puts that biracial man from Germany as the representation of what blackness is. And by the way, he doesn't even date black women. That's the thing I understand. He doesn't even date black women. What a surprise. Another mixed man does not date black chicks. What a surprise. You're dating out in record numbers, bro. Oh, your women are dating out in staggering numbers because they want blonde, Nordic, German-looking babies. Okay, then, but you're fucking blonde German women. What's the difference? You're having sex with the women. You're dating out, Negro. Go look at the African footballers. Go look at the women who they're getting with. White European women. You don't like yourselves. Go look at the French national team. Go Google this stuff. They don't like being black. I'm sorry. Well, your women love big black cock. Well, if they want big black cock, sir, why not go to South America? There's white Brazilian men. There's white guys from Argentina. Why not get at them? Oh, I forgot. They're ugly. That's why they got to go after Nordic men. That's why. That's why they don't want to talk about that.
Referring to ourselves as minorities. I've been to most continents on this planet, and we are on every corner of the earth. There is nothing minor about black people. White people are the...
But that's what you guys don't understand. We're everywhere. That's because no one wants to live in Africa. That's what you don't understand. You don't want to live in Africa. Do you not see what's happening with European migration? Do you understand what's going on? The migrant crisis. You know, the majority of these blacks you're seeing in Europe. These are people that came from that migration wave in the late 90s and 2000s. This is 2026. They're all grown up now. This is what you're seeing right now. This is why they're playing in Austria. They're playing in Switzerland. They're playing in Norway. They're playing in Sweden. They're playing in Hungary, Poland. Now, why do you think they're doing that? Because in Africa is falling apart. And you know how I know this? Because black American males don't want to move to Africa. You kidding me? That niggas don't want to be around dark-skinned black people around. That nigga's trying to get lighter. He doesn't like living in majority black countries. Why do you think when they talk, they say, oh, I live in a diverse community, aka non-majority black areas. They sit there, they hate white people so much. That's not true. You love next to, oh my. Go to Orange County right now. This black American male loves being next to Brad. He loves going to white establishments with his non-black girlfriend, holding hands and go to a white establishment. Oh, here, I'm interracially dating with my non-black girlfriend here. Oh, hello, Brad. How's it going? Oh, yes, I'm with my non-black girlfriend. Here we are. We're getting some margaritas here. And we're getting some, I don't know what this is, burgers and fries. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you, Brad, for playing some hip-hop and rap songs. Yes, I am the prize. Thank you, Brad, for playing some hip-hop and rap songs for me. Thank you. Yes, it is true. I'm a black man, and I got swag. JC Miller, have you seen JC Miller, right? Have you seen Tyrone going to white establishments with their non-black girlfriends, and they're all happy? Like, oh, thank you, Brad. Hello, Tyrone. How's it going? Oh, Brad, thank you. Let me get my seat here. Oh my God, I got my cocktail with my non-black girlfriend here. Oh yeah. Oh my God, they're playing some hip hop and rap music. Oh yes, we got swag. Oh yes. I'm proudly dating my non-black girlfriend. Oh yes. I'm black and I'm so black and so proud that I date non-black women. Oh yes, I just love myself. Right. And then he watches the national teams play. Oh, look at these black men with huge cocks just jumping up and down. Oh, look at Switzerland. Look at all these black men. And then, oh, Argentina. Look at those men. They got no black players. Oh my God. They prefer their own women. I hate them. I hate them. JC Miller, you said correctly that what was it? I got a post for you. Hold on. You said that there's Nazis, that Nazis are infatuated with they're infatuated by these people. Let me see right here. Look at this comment you made. Hold on, I saw one. This mixed race man here. Oh my God, yes. I'm infatuated with Nazis. It's Hitler all over again. There it is. They're infatuated Argentines, especially the Nazi wannabes. Oh my. So what about white women? Are they infatuated? Are they staring at, oh my God, the national team? Oh, when they did listen to Kid Rock, you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Ball, the bang, the bang, But you know, Dante's boxing, he had made several videos about this stuff. Several videos. Absolutely, utterly insane. History. Why do fans hate Argentina? Argentina, look at you. Argentina, man. Look at you.
World Cup win with the Copa America triumph this year.
Still remain silent today.
Voices in France continue to grow, but in all of this, one person's silence is probably louder to miss. The Argentina captain and one of the greatest players to ever play the sport, Lionel Messi. Maybe the 8-time Ballon d'Or winner is waiting for the right time to speak up in this matter too.
Well, that report was 2 years ago, and Messi, he still remains silent today. And the obvious question is why? Why does he remain silent? You guys have to understand, Messi is one of the most powerful voices in the sport of soccer, one of the most influential voices, and he's definitely one of the most powerful voices in his country of Argentina. And with great power comes great responsibility. He definitely sees everything that we see, so he sees everything that's going on. And he knows that his country of Argentina is one of the most racist countries in the world because he's from that country. In fact, he knows that better than we do because he hears the things that they say when the cameras are not even rolling. Now, see, we hear the racist stuff that goes on when the cameras are on. Imagine the type of stuff that they say and they do when the cameras are not even there. I mean, of course, there's racism all through the sport of soccer, but we know once again, Argentina is one of the most racist. And once again, Messi, he happens to be the biggest name in that country. I mean, you guys have to remember, Messi, he has fans of all races and colors, all backgrounds. And as surprising as it may sound to some of you guys, he has a lot of black fans across the globe. Maybe they don't know too much about what Argentina really stands for, what it represents, or maybe they don't care. Regardless, some black people are fans. So if Messi himself is not a racist and he cares about all of his fans, no matter what their color is, because after all, FIFA, they always try to promote the World Cup as if it's a sport that brings the whole globe together. It's supposed to be an event of unity, according to FIFA. You see, before the games start, they have the athletes walk onto the field with little kids of different colors, black and white, Latino, etc. It's supposed to be a symbol of unity. So Messi, he should be going out of his way to speak about the racism that exists in a sport and let people know that he is completely against racism, how it needs to stop, and racist fans that show up and attend and claim that they are representatives of our country, Argentina. They should be banned from ever being able to attend live events. This is the way that Messi is supposed to be talking. I mean, if Messi is not a racist, he should be embarrassed by the way that these racist fans are behaving. And if he truly felt that way from the bottom of his heart, he would have came out and he would have expressed how embarrassed he is to completely distinguish himself from those type of people in his country and in the sport in general, and even some of his own racist teammates.
Oh my goodness. The Negro. It's unbelievable with this Negro. The level of self-hatred from this Black American Negro.
I mean, we see Mbappe speaking up. We see him taking advantage of that large platform that he has to address racism in the sport of soccer. So why wouldn't Messi do it? Why is he silent? The truth is, it's a rhetorical question. Let me read to you guys my favorite quotes from Martin Luther King. Quote, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. There comes a time when silence is betrayal. The greatest tragedy of this period of social transition was not the strident clamor of the bad people, but the appalling silence of the good people. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." You see, the truth is, the silence emboldens the racist fans and the racist teammates, because they know Messi's silence makes them comfortable with their racism, because they're saying to themselves, what we're saying and what we're doing, it must not be that bad, because if it was Messi, he would have came out and he would have addressed it, like a lot of the black soccer players do.
Hay el número 25 de Benfica, no quiero decir su nombre, no lo merece, que empezó a hablar mal. También no se acepta, pero ha pasado en el fútbol y pasará. Pero después ha metido su camiseta aquí para decir que viniese un mono 5 veces. Yo lo escucho. Hay jugadores que lo han escuchado de Benfica también. En el estadio yo pienso que hay 70.000 personas que han hecho nada, que únicamente querían apoyar a su equipo. Yo tengo el máximo respeto para el Benfica, para su entrenador, que es uno de los mejores de la historia, que ha hecho la historia de Real Madrid. Pero este jugador para mí no merece jugar más la Champions.
Listen to this. Minute silence for Jaden Adams. Ridiculous. They're not silent at all. They are not silent.
They
Why
are
are they still
silent.
cheering during a minute's silence for a guy that's just
They're
passed
not
away?
cheering.
I don't understand it. Like,
Wait,
do
hold
Argentina-
out there, Sam, man. Hold up. They're not I heard the same thing. You know they're lying, right? When you know they're staying silent, right? Most of them. It's just noises around. Like, it's not a big deal. Most silence. Okay, what's the problem?
fans really want the whole world to dislike them.
any more than they currently do. Why are they not keeping silent during the minute silence for Jaden Adams? I don't get it. We saw it observed beautifully when England played against the Norwegians, but the Swiss fans were quiet. Why are the Argentina fans banging the drums, singing? I mean, you all saw it live. I'm sure people were thinking the same thing. That is shocking. There's no excuse. Like, it's on the big screen. You're still cheering away. No class whatsoever from these Argentinian supporters cheering and whistling and banging the drum when a player that played this tournament just a few weeks ago has now sadly passed away. Honestly, what are they doing, man? What are they doing? What? And you saw what they did with the Egyptian fans after the Egypt game. Oh, my God.
Do you support... Wait. I'm confused here. So they threw beer at them. So what was the big deal? It's throwing beer. You see what they did with the Argentina fans? With the Egyptians, what about them? They throw beer at them. That's normal. That's every World Cup. That's every... Okay. People that don't know this. That's how it works. If you believe that fans from Argentina is throwing, look how they threw beer at the Egyptian fans. Sure, if you're a football fan, you should know that's the least of your worries. Okay, I watch football from around the world. Do not sit. I hate these Arab people talking shit right now. You should not be talking, especially Egyptians. You people murdered 43 people in one football riot. And the thing about it is that I'm going to say this again, and I noticed now recently a lot of Arabs are commenting on this as well. I'm just going to say this to you again. I'm going to say this again many, many times. But it's something that I've been saying for quite a bunch of times. Listen, to all you guys out there that are listening, right? Hear me out. Message to the Arab people. Shut up. You are hypocrites. I watch your leagues. You guys riot. You guys fight. You bring knives. You do all this crap all the time. So you're going to sit there and whine because, God forbid, they throw beer at you. What are you talking about? You throw batteries. You throw fire flame. You throw all flares. You throw piss. It's just normal. You guys do this all the time. And then you want to turn around and be a victim over something that's trivialous. Oh, you see, they want to fight us. That's a football match. That's how it is. What's wrong with these people? Y'all want to pretend that you know that girl Lily Gaddis sat there. Look at the Scottish people. They're friendly. Look at the Mexicans. They're Scottish fans? Lady, you got no idea what the hell you talking about. What are you going to say next? Dutch fans are friendly people too. Dutch fans? See, you're lucky that you mean casual rich people that have enough money to go watch a World Cup game because that's supposed to be what you're going to see. Let me say something right now. The World Cup is just basically for rich people, right? You have not seen, lower those tickets down to $100, you're going to get a different crowd. Okay? A different crowd. Trust me when I say this to people. The Arabs, the blacks, the black Americans, even the white Americans that complain about this national team, that complain about, oh my God, they're throwing beer. Oh my God. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. If you feel like someone throwing beer at you is a bad thing, sir, that's not the worst of it. In fact, that's one of the. In fact, they started shouting at us and cussed at us. I'm like, that's a football match. That's supposed to happen. You heard the term the 9-minute bigot?
Argentina's national football team because they have a serious problem with racism. Here's a video for you to watch.
Con la ola, Juegan en Francia, pero son todos de Angola. Qué lindo es, van a correr. Son cometraba como el puto de Mbappé. Noriega es nigeriana. Su viejo camelo.
Bueno.
Pero en el documento.
Bueno.
Nacionalidad.
Chao, listo, no.
Those were Argentinian fans after their country's World Cup victory in Qatar against France in the final. But it's not only the fans. Here's a video of the actual team singing the same racist chant after their recent win against Colombia in the Copa America final. The French Football Federation announced that they will take Argentina's Football Federation to court for its abusive and racist remarks. I mean, I could say some things about the French Federation too, and their own discriminatory policies towards their Muslim and black players, but we can leave that for another time. English club Chelsea is also investigating the video, as its £100 million signing Enzo Fernandez was the one taking the video while singing with his teammates. After the season he's had in the Premier League, yet another proud moment for him. I'm sure his black teammates back in London like Disasi, Fofana, Gusto, Nkunku, Saicedo, Jackson and Reece James will have some words. Not to mention Cole Palmer, who's of Afro-Kititian descent. Some have already unfollowed him. From my side, a few comments are necessary though. First off, maybe Enzo forgot that his GOAT, Messi, has an Italian father and a Lebanese mother. His paternal grandparents' roots can actually be traced back to England, and grandparents' roots can actually be his mother. His paternal forgot that his GOAT, Messi, has an Italian father and a Lebanese mother. His paternal
Oh my goodness. Here we go again. Did you hear this stuff? His paternal grandparents are English, Italian. They're claiming he's Lebanese. Oh my God. Habibi, you see what's going on with Habibi now? He's now saying that this man, Messi, is Arab. It's funny, right? Did the black supremacists start saying that that Messi is a closet Jew from Israel? Now they're saying that he's an Arab Muslim dude. You know, there's actually Arabs out there that claim that Messi's an Arab man. This is how mentally ill these guys are. Mentally ill. That guy is so pro-black that he married a Thai chick. Oh yeah, dude, I'm telling you, Black American males, they just love interracial sex, and we gotta deal with their mixed race children, and they come up growing up hating on us all the time. They got weird, quirky fetishes. They're just weird. They date white chicks, jack out the Asian porn, and want to go to Brazil. Look at this man. Look, JC Miller, hope one day you gotta come up on the stream one day, right? JC Miller. What are your thoughts on Argentina nationally? When white Americans from California see Argentina nationally, just start staring, oh, look at their whiteness. Lauren's here. Lauren, when the white girls in your area, when they start seeing Argentina nationally, do they start staring? Oh, they're like, definitely the white man's looking in this country. That's, oh my God, he's unapologetically, he doesn't that carry his racist. Oh my God, look at him. Well, Lauren, the white. I hope the white girls in OC realize that there's actually attractive white men outside this country. I hope they realize that. It's like, my goodness.
Grandparents' roots can actually be traced back to England in the early 1900s. So yeah, not exactly an indigenous native Argentinian. I mean, if we really want to get into it, Argentina, the whitest team in South America, is only that white because of Spanish colonization and Italian migration. Fun fact, in 1778, Afro-Argentinians formed almost half the population of Argentina. Anti-blackness policies succeeded in reducing them to 30% of the population by 1816. When the country gained its independence from Spain, racial politics and alleged extermination campaigns then saw them steadily wiped out and their rich black culture erased from the nation's collective consciousness. Recent statistics show that Afro-Argentines now only make up 0.4% of Argentina's total population, making it the whitest country, not just in Latin America, but the whitest outside Europe. Here's another fun fact for Enzo and his boys. Diego Armando Maradona, the real GOAT, was actually found to be an Afro descendant. According to results...
Oh my God. My goodness. Habibi with the pro-blacks. They're trying to claim that this man is a black man. My goodness. Oh my God. What is it? He said, "It's weird, Cam. How are you?" I'm fine. Habibi, the Arab man, is trying to claim Messi as an Arab man. Messi, he's Lebanese, Middle Eastern. That's my man right there. You see how everyone's fighting for these people in Latin American countries. Habibi's fighting. Nazis are fighting. Negroes, pro-blacks are fighting. My goodness, they're fighting. Give me that man. By the way, it's mostly men doing this. Give me that man. Give me that. I want that man. Give me that man. Creepy time, folks. Hold on a second there. Maria, you're over there, right? Well, Lauren, you'd be surprised how many Arab people have come up to me and told me, did you know that the people from Latin America look just like me? And that we can blend in, we can make babies together. I'm like, what the? Oh my God. You know, a Tunisian girl told me that Hispanic people and Arab people are the same people. I was like, what the? I was like, huh? It's like, oh my God. The battle. Hold on a second. While I speak about this.
El escándalo que vive Colombia. La selección cafetera terminó la Copa del Mundo 2026 con más problemas que...
Mm-hmm. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm gonna get everyone up here. Hold on. How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you? Don't worry. Let me get this out of the way here. Three, one. Oh shit, does not work. Hello. What's up? 1 second here. No, I got it. It's just that they for some strange reason they're not. Let me get this out of the way here. Hold on a second here. That's crazy. Wait, hold on a second. I'll fix this up here. Let me see right here. Maria, go to your Instagram page. I'll say it on the group chat. That's weird. I don't know why they're not allowing me, but That's kind of creepy. They didn't want to allow me to even do this. I'm trying to upload the stream up here. Hold on a second here. Am I banned? I don't think so. I don't know what's going on. Like it's weird with this. Okay, you see it? If you see it right there, I mean, I'm just lost by that too. Am I banned? It's not letting me in. I'm gonna double check if it's right here. Hold on a second here. Are you using YouTube's live or another stream? I'm using StreamYard. That's the thing. I'm using that one. Hold on a second here. No, I mean it's going through. It's just that I can't post it on my stream on my channel for some strange reason. But that's kind of weird. But here or there. But we'll go back to this. But yeah, it's crazy with these people.
DNA test. So maybe you, man, should make a chant about how half the team should go back to Italy and the other half trace their roots back to those brothers you're making fun of in Angola. But my boy, it's like the old saying goes. Mexicans descend from the Aztecs, Peruvians from the Incas, but Argentinians descend from ships from Europe. Hold on one second. Little gift from Vinicius. Looks much better, doesn't it? I'm Ahmedinho El Fenomeno. That was Africa in 90. And 1 second. Little gift from Vinicius. Looks much better, doesn't it? I'm Ahmedinho El Fenomeno. That was Africa in 90. Until the next one, fam.
Ew.
Man, actually found to be an Afro descendant.
So Messi's Arab. Maradona's black. I mean, my goodness. The level of competency that is absolutely insane. So this is the thing about it. So it's crazy with these people. But this is crazy. I mean, this is absolutely nonsense sitting there. Settings, community default. Hold on. Which one on my YouTube? On those are BBs, whatever. A pro black, pro Brazilian Arab. Gotta love football. Yeah. Did you check it on your IG? Is it working, Maria? That's crazy. It does not work. Hold on. That's crazy. It actually works on my end. Hold on. It's just error, right? Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. It's something's going on with my something's going on with my stream. Yeah, I can't. Wait. You said how to fix the settings, errors. Okay, but which website? Which website? So I go on YouTube. Ew, look at that. Okay, let me go look at this quickly. Hold on a second here. This might work. I told people all the time about this. That's weird. There's no settings here. Your videos, history, show more. That's weird. Oh, click on profile pic. Thank you. Yeah, do you want me? Yeah, I'm going to look at it right now. It says, I'm clicking on my profile pic. You want me to go on YouTube Studio? Yeah, I'm going to look at settings here. I'm going to look at this stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. That's just nonsense going on here. Permission. All right. You say here, I got a guy over here. Okay, so you say settings. Okay, settings. Well, another thing to permit. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at this. Okay, so you say go settings. Yeah, it could be block messages, right? So I'm looking at it right now. Like that kind of thing. But this is weird. Like, okay, you say upload. What about upload defaults? Yeah, it just says like automatic key moments, standard YouTube license, video. Yeah, it is not giving me anything. All right, so I can't bring anyone up anymore. So we'll do with that. So this is more. There's a lot more and shit. So basically, these guys are jealous of people like this. Like this is like they're like this is their anger when they see these people. Look at these men.
Nosotros les preguntamos para Argentina Racing. El hincha de Racing es muy fanático, el hincha de Racing, la pasión que tiene por el club, ya para mí sobrepasa todo. O sea, pierde un partido de Racing, toda la semana están mal, gana Racing en la mejor semana de su vida. O sea, es impresionante. Bastante, sí.
¿Y no está para venir a Boca? Si te llama.
No.
Yo la tiro por la duda.
Ya la armamos.
Mira,
con
la China
Paredes,
quiere también.
Paredes, Dybala, De Paul, lo armamos.
Le
preguntamos para
Argentina, Racing.
That's the man right there. Oh my goodness. Oh, the white supremacist males in America, they will want to be like him. Look at that man. Look at that man right there on the screen. Oh my goodness. The white man will be, oh. Maria, you know they'll kill, you know in the United States, they want to switch his body. That's him. Will they let you copy and paste the StreamYard link? I don't think so, actually. I'm going to check one more time. I'm going to check. I'm going to check one more time. That's the thing. I'm going to do it. Hold up. One second here. You look at that man. How dare you? How dare you, Kim? You try to say otherwise. How dare you show these men, these white supremacist men? Maria, look at your WhatsApp. Oh, this is going to work. I mean, is it working? Tell me if it works or not. It works on my end. I just want to let you know, that's all. These are the white supremacists coming to this country. These are the evil white man. A lot of people going around here. Someone, you know, this is horrible. The white man's out to get you. Well, we got white supremacists right here. We got white supremacists coming on board. Hold on a second here. Wait, we found one. Lauren, these are the white supremacists they're talking about. That man right there. Right there. White supremacist right there. Right there, white supremacist. Oh, our Negro male, oh my goodness. Right there. Right there. He's right there. Right there, white supremacist right there. There he is. I mean, the Negro be like, oh, he's from Argentina. Oh, racist. 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 Evil man. Evil. Kill him. Kill him. Like, you know, and the white supremacists be like, oh. You know, secretly they want to kill him too. You know, the white nationalists, the Nazis, they will want to kill that man too. You are trying to be far my women. Isn't it funny that white nationalists have no problem allowing black men, no problem saying, well, you know, the black man, he banged white chicks a lot, but God forbid Argentina shows up. Oh, him. You, my moral, and then they get really, really upset. You, evil, WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp, Maria. Evil man. I can't believe it. Evil. Tyranny in all parts. Look at that. Look at that white man. Evil man. Evil. How dare you show his white supremacist face over here? This man's a white supremacist? Him? This man right here? This man?
Quizás en los posts de otros partidos marcamos que quizás Boca a veces sufre en el resultado porque no convierte las que tiene. Quizás hoy no era tan necesario sufrir por las que tuvieron.
Sí, la verdad que sí, pero lo importante era ganar. Venimos a esta cancha a ganar, lo hicimos de la mejor manera, estamos felices. Muy contentos, muy orgullosos de este
White
grupo
supremacist. This is a white supremacist right here. Evil man. Evil. That's an evil, evil white man. You Argentinians are racist people. Evil. You are evil demons. That's an evil man right there. I forbid you to speak to this man. That you know the white man be like, oh, that's like deep down inside, that's supposed to be me. I'm supposed to be looking like that. Look at that man. That's an evil. That's a Laura. Lauren. This is the white supremacist they've been talking about. We found the white supremacist. We found him. He's right here, Lauren. Right there on the screen, right there. That is a white supremacist. Right there. That's a white supremacist right there. We gotta go and hunt him down and kill him. You know this man's in Atlanta, Georgia, right? So you know this Negro in the corner. That's him, the white supremacist. We found him right over there. The link is in, right here. Okay, we finally worked together here. Banana Prince. Okay. We found the white supremacist, Maria. Why is this black and white American don't want to kill this man?
Okay, Cam, I have a theory, and I know my theory is correct. The Western media has always been like caping for dark-skinned black men, period.
And pale-skinned white boys. Yeah. And white
and pale skin like Germanic white men. Okay?
Yeah.
That's it. They don't care about Germanic white women, right?
Yeah.
They'll diss on them anytime. They don't care about the dark-skinned black woman. Okay, it's about protecting the dark-skinned black male and the pale-skinned, almost sickly Germanic Anglo white male, right? And meanwhile, these men have been shitting on their women this whole time and rushing to date women that look nothing like them. But anyway, so the Western media has been doing this. And what are the main teams that are like at the top winning? You see France that has majority non-ethnic French players. Facts. We have other white teams that, I say white teams, I mean like from nations that are known for being white, right? That you look at their players, it has a lot of black players or foreign players, right? Like ethnically not white,
okay,
right?
So okay, yeah.
Wait, hold up. And the only country that has a winning national team where it's all white players that's actually winning is Argentina. So that goes against the Western media narrative that you need a black man to excel in your sports, right? This is what the Western media thinks. This is not what I think. This is not what an actual football fan thinks.
Okay.
This like the Western catering to Americans
Okay,
media.
so Maria,
right?
this is why I'm thinking about. Well, okay, it is weird to us that during the whole Europeans love America, they only promoted Scottish and
British people
like British
and
Isle
English
men, like
people.
Scottish,
Yeah,
England.
basically countries
Yeah.
where the food sucks.
Yeah,
Countries where the food
And-
sucks.
But
Thank
notice
you.
they never promote they never even asked any guys from Spain about how the food was. And damn sure they're not gonna ask no Argentinian man about how the food was in America. They avoid those.
I don't know what it is about the Americans that are scared of interviewing someone that's not someone British or Scottish or Irish. Like I don't understand what is the fear. Is it like a boogeyman? Is it a ghost that's gonna come under your bed that's gonna attack you? Like no, these are people. These regular people. Right,
Maria,
but that's coming from me who grew up watching Argentinian TV shows as a child, listened to their musicians, listened to knew about their poets, know about like basically the a lot of the content Argentina put out for many years, and currently still. By the way, there is a funny ass Netflix Argentinian show. It's all about disabled people. It's called División Palermo. You guys should watch. It's hilarious. But anyway, back to football. I think this is coming from jealousy because you don't see the Croatian team, which is all white players, winning. They're not winning like the World Cup. They're not number one. But Argentina has won several World Cups. So a lot of jealousy, a lot of insecurity. I feel like the Argentinian people, they bring up a lot of insecurities in a lot of people. So people start to feel small, people start feeling insecure. And so that's where they feel the need to attack them. That's
Maria,
why I think
I'm gonna just be honest with you about this. It is just weird to me because, like you said, there's blacks in France, right? They're playing. Okay, so but what's getting to me weird is the way Black Americans are infatuated sexually wise. I think it's all sexual.
Yes.
Towards Julian Quillones, who's like this one black Mexican man, one dude, and you got the Negro groveling, looking, they want to kiss the man.
Why do you think people get sexually aroused by the Brazilian national team? They get aroused. Why? Because they're like in their head, they got a fantasy like, oh, I could be Brazilian. I'm dying. I'm like, bro.
No, you don't.
Bro, whatever happened to like repping where you come from and being okay with that?
Well, Black American male, like if you notice on social media, like on not just the regular people, these are athletes, NFL and NBA players, even baseball players, MLB players. They're all talking about the World Cup. They are super jealous of these guys. They're like, oh my god,
because it's the one sport where they feel like they don't. It's the one sport where they don't feel like they don't excel. They don't have people kissing ass to them. Yeah.
Maria, let's see for real. The reality of it is that they're looking at the women that are going to these games, and they're like, we don't even get these chicks.
Yeah.
They're like, you know, like they're so angry that they see these attractive Dutch chicks or whatever chicks you could think of from anywhere around the region.
Women from different nationalities, yes, jumping up and down with the titties bouncing up and down and their pretty faces and the hair all done,
and they're like,
wearing the jersey.
So Negro in basketball, why can't Cape Verde women be jumping up and down? Why isn't these blonde bitches? Why from Sweden and Norway? Why are they not jumping up and down baseball games in America? Because Brad, they don't want to fuck you. They don't want to fuck you.
Why don't these Viking queens jump up and down for me?
We you know, we're not trying to be blasphemous too. We are all full of diversity here. Okay, we talked about this about the Curacao men.
Well, I love, like, I know Habibi's controversial in this stream and on the world, but I love watching the Irani team. The Irani team. If you know, you know.
Okay, so basically the thing is that that's nothing about the Arabs right now. I don't like right now with them is that they're trying to now claim that Messi is an Arab descent man.
Yes, they want to be associated with success, and who can blame them, you know? But the thing with my problem came with the Black Americans talking a lot of shit. Bro, you never cared about football. You never cared
That's
about
very
the
true.
sport. You never cared, even Brad, you never cared about the sport. You never, Kim, they're talking about, oh, the Argentinians were racist, this and that. They said mean things. Excuse me, if you go to any football game, the men and the fans will say mean things all the time. That's part of football. That's part of the game. That's actually what makes it fun. You can just scream anything you want and you can finish the game and go home and be cool. And no one gets doxxed. No one gets persecuted. No one gets get accused of being anything. We just enjoy the game, have a good time. Whoever wins, celebrates. Whoever loses, well, we lost. And people still drink their beers and then go home.
Maria,
But they never experienced that.
Maria, you've been around here for quite some time. You see the jealousy from American men, especially American sports athletes. That you know they're so used to the U.S.
I didn't see
propaganda.
that. Actually, Kim, I didn't see that because I don't watch American athletes like that. I really don't.
Well,
so I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I'll explain it to you. Basically, like the American male is being promoted. Like, yes, we're sexy, we're attractive, so they feel like they're above women in America, right?
Yeah,
so because American men do believe that they're above their women.
Yeah,
they're being promoted. The athletes, the actors. And they see these other groups of men coming to the country, like for the national teams, like the World Cup. And there are so jealous bitches. They are jealous. They're angry. They're like, but I'm blonde hair, blue eye too. I'm proud to be Viking as well. No, you're not, Brad. You're not proud to be Viking.
First of all,
you're
a lot
not.
of them.
Holland's proud to be proud to be Viking. Wait, hold on.
Yes.
Holland, he's proud to be Viking. He's a proud Nordic man. You are not. You are a fake, and you are a phony. You're not proud of being. You're just now. All of a sudden, they want to learn Viking and speak Norwegian, Swedish. Because they realize, wait a minute, they get bitches.
Cam, I knew about these players before the World Cup. And I'm not even like a big football fan the way you are, right? I knew about these guys. This is the first time they've heard of these men. You never cared about the sport. Every time someone starts a video and they say, I don't know much about soccer, but I have an opinion. I'm like, please don't, because you don't even know about football. I already know you don't know about football. You can't even call it by its proper name.
We need to talk about race here. I want to talk
I
about
want to
race.
talk about race. I want to talk about. I'm okay. I'm sick and tired of like all the. I can't understand the soccer rules. So can we just please talk about race? I feel uncomfortable.
That's how they think. Let's talk about
that's how they
skin color
think.
and
And I
race.
really feel like I have to give it to the Argentinians because these people that are so angry at them actually prove their point. They are literally the center of attention. They have gained success. They're very proud of their achievements, and they can back it up. And that's what really hurts. Now, the thing that happened on the game with Egypt, that's a different discussion, and we could talk about that discussion with real football fans. But I will not listen or give heed to people who don't even care about the sport have a racial opinion about the players. First of all, you guys, most of you haven't even talked to an Argentinian person in your life. Let alone watch a movie, an Argentinian movie, let alone listen to like an Argentine musician. The only Argentine musicians people have heard is when they played the Last of Us video game. That's it.
Wait, what?
If you play PlayStation, you know the Last of Us video game. The guy who did the main theme soundtrack was an Argentinian guy.
Well,
And that soundtrack, I think it won an Emmy or something.
Maria, I'm about to say the FIBA World Cup games, but I'm shocked that you know that as well. But can I show you another white man? Well, he's not my age, but
let's see him.
No. Lucas Bergot, like this guy
I like
here.
him. I really like him.
No, but he's 20 years old. You're old, Maria. You're old. You know, we gotta give young girls a chance here.
I like college.
He's 20 years old. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me There's no. This is Becky's dream come true. 8-year-old Becky. Like,
that's not just Becky's
you
dream.
Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is, I would literally go to Becky right now. I said, Becky, wait, hold up. I always thought you are a dark-skinned black man with a huge penis. You don't want this man. Becky.
This man is so gorgeous. He literally looks like Prince Charming.
But hold on. This is the thing about it. So this is the thing about this. So we know that these white men have been lying to women for a long time. Like this is the Brad. Yeah, Brad. He wishes he was like this. Brad has been lying to white men for the longest time. That's the crazy part. He's been lying to that man. Lying to his women. Sorry, lying to his women all for a long time. None of these men actually existed. So he'll put his bleach blonde hair and his fake contact blue eyes and pretend that he's a blonde hair, blue eyed man, and be their fantasy and look at me, I'm attractive, and of course Becky be like, oh my god, Brad, I want to be with you, and then
maybe I'll learn Swedish.
but what I'm saying is that so instead of you not actually hiring people that actually are blonde hair, blue-eyed people, and hiring these men as actors or promote these men in your country. No, instead what you do is put fake contacts, bleach hair, blonde hair, and pretend that you're a male baddie. So you lie to your women and say, see, you have to go nowhere. You can come right here in my bedroom. You see, you got even Tyrone trying to go. Black America going on making a discussion right now, saying that they want to be in soccer now. I want to get into soccer right now.
Didn't they think it was silly? Didn't they think it was silly? It was a silly game.
Well, Maria, the thing is, they're realizing this. They're like, there's some bad bitches here, and they're so jealous. Like, we don't get this in NBA basketball games or NFL games.
Cam, these men are so. Listen, these men are so beautiful. If you're female and you want to get into football, look up the Iranian team. Look up the Swedish, beautiful, amazing prince.
Maria, hold up. Well, we cannot announce these national teams yet. They gotta learn their own. That's why that's what we gotta hide. You have to do your research. Maria cannot give you
Enzo.
There's a list. We have a long list here. Don't worry about it. We got a long list.
You know what, Cam? If I want to be pro-black, let's go to what's the
was Curacao?
Yes, but the Nigerian goalkeeper. That's when I'll be pro-black. How about that?
But see, that's the thing right there. He's mixed race.
What
I will say is, why not promote the Curacao men?
Curacao had beautiful, beautiful men. Yes,
but the thing is that they don't want those men's images.
They were really handsome.
The Negro, he's selfish as well too. So he's ugly as fuck. He's not attractive looking either.
I like the Paraguay team as well. Oh.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that's scaring the F out of me, is that the Negro is such a selfish man, and he's very selfish. He does not want to see any black men being promoted. As long as it's not Black American, he does not like that shit. I know the Negro. He does not like, unless they kiss ass to Black Americans, which these guys are not doing. So, for example, Mbappe from France, deep down inside, Black American men are jealous of that man because he has all this power, and that there's jealousy, anger, frustration, mess the same way.
Well, Cam, the thing is, I noticed the Negro don't care about the French team because it's too dark.
That too.
I don't see them care about the French team.
No, they care about the Brazilian national team. That's what they care about.
They care about the Brazilian team. Yeah. The Brazilian team. And it's funny because you got all these African teams that are full of black men. They don't care. Why not? Someone explain this to me. Someone show me the math and make it make sense.
Because they want to be a Brazilian man.
They want to be a Brazilian man, yeah. And it's funny because, for me, the Argentinian team is all overall more attractive to me, right? And I think Okay, let's go back to the Argentinian hate that's been going on. Everyone's been basically copy paste one narrative, like the one thing that's said in one video, they copy paste, put it in a different video, copy paste it in a different video. And I'm like, you keep accusing these people of being racist. You've never talked to one. Most people never visit that country. You're accusing them of being racist. Okay, so if they're so racist, can you name me one country that isn't racist, that has no racism? Name me one.
Antarctica.
They can't name it. And
Antarctica.
No, because according to the Negro, there's white people there, so there's racism. So
we gotta also count the polar bears too.
The polar bears hey, where are the black polar bears? That's how they treat Argentina. Where are the black polar bears? Well, but the Argentinians, they're not native to Argentina. Bro, they've been there all these players been Argentinian for more than 3 generations. It's not the same as someone who literally, it's not the same as the French team. People say, well, they're not ethnically Argentinian. Bro, yeah, they are. They've been there for more than 3 generations.
Well, you look at it this way. Look, to be honest, Kim, if they're to put a guy like that instead of a black person, they'll be called racist. And you know what's crazy about us, Lauren, is that even the black men, if you notice something, they never promote black Brazilian men. They will never promote those guys, even the mixed race Brazilian men. Malala Vanguard did a whole video about him loving Brazil. Now, he said, I want to be white so bad, which is crazy stupid because no one wants to be white American with his ugly ass talking like that. This is so sad. The white American males are self-hating. Black American males are self-hating. The mixed race men in this country are self-hating. Maria, what the hell is going on with the American males? And
that's not just that, Ken. They also think they're above their American counterparts.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I am above. True. I can get me a Cape Verdean. I can get me a Brazilian. These Argentinian
I can blend in. I look just like them.
Kim, I literally saw it. I found a TikTok page of this fat white American guy doing like several videos analyzing different Argentinian women.
What
their ethnicity, like their genetics and where to find them in Argentina. I'm like, bro, whoa. Why I never see white Americans say this about like white chicks in the US?
Yeah, they
but they're really packed. But bro, they be bringing out the maps, the fucking calculator, the coordinates, where to find these women, these foreign women. I'm like, yo, this is
but this is what you're seeing is with black American males, mixed race males. Yeah, passport poly, that's the one. You're seeing this with you're seeing the self-hate coming out. And they're projecting their behavior on these people. Like Leon Messi, he's a racist towards black people. Like, what did he say racist towards black people?
They didn't even talk to them.
That's my whole point. But that's my whole point. He never said nothing. And this is Maria, you and I have actually encountered people that hate Argentinian people, and they never met them.
I met an Argentinian man in college. Yes, I did. Yes, and he was actually ethnically native, like India. And he was so cute. He was so cute. I thought he was from my country. I thought he was from my country because he was like brown, like tan. And I started talking to him and I hear his accent. And I'm like, oh my God, where is he from? And then he's like, oh, I'm from Argentina. And immediately I couldn't stop smiling. And I was like, oh my God. And he was so cute. But I was so nervous at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't do nothing with it. He was talking to me and everything, but I complimented him and everything. I don't give a fuck. Like, that was so
Princess? Cute. Where is she? Where is she?
Great memory.
Where's Banana Princess at?
And he was a football player. And I'm like, my dream is so close to coming true.
I got a question for you. This is something I've been saying for some time. This is why I keep telling people about the United States. And we talked about this. And I'm going to add you more into this. There are so many guys we have been seeing through DMs, messages. We have talked to numerous TikTok, Discords, Reddit forums. We have even in person, and we know several people in real life that have said this. They have all said recently that they hate Argentina. They don't like men, all that stuff, and yet they all have contacted me. These women, a lot of them are women, including you. You told me, Kem, I have to talk to you. This guy had to randomly start talking about Argentina, how racist, how crappy they are, how their food's trash, no good. Don't talk to them.
No, wait. Argentinian food is really good.
And you know something, Maria?
I really like their pastries. Me personally, I really like their pastries. But their food is really popular here. Yeah. Here's a lot of Argentinian restaurants.
And you know something, Maria? This is the part that we have to ask the question. They asked them these questions. Have you ever talked to one in real life? They all said no. But they all said they hate their guts. And it's just coming from the mouths of black men, white men, Arab guys. The list goes on and on. It's
mixed American guys, right?
Yeah, they said the same. I'm like,
okay.
And they're
so I see a pattern here. It's called insecurity. It's called you deep down inside know Argentinian men, for the most part, have been known as very desirable to women. And that is facts. That is 9,000 facts. 9,000%. That is facts. You can like that reality or not, but that's the reality. And you know how I know? Because I've asked different women their ideal man, and then they'll mention Argentinian man. Facts.
Well, quiet. Don't say that. You can hurt their feelings.
But anyway, Kim, I have to hop off, but I was listening, okay?
But before you go, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
okay,
here.
So what's your issue with what's wrong with Enzo? What's wrong with this man?
I know wrong with Enzo. He's cute. I love his song. I love his singing.
Says that he's evil and racist.
He told the truth.
What mean what? That he told him that Mbappe had that fucking tranny?
Mbappe is interested. He likes tranny. Yeah, he said that publicly. Yeah, he likes them. What's wrong with that? They made fun of him for that. So what?
So this is the white supremacist. This man right here.
I like him.
He's a white supremacist.
I like him. If I met him in real life, I would date him. Yeah.
I mean, you know, well, I mean, the Negro.
If I knew a regular guy who looked like this guy, I would date him. So, 100%.
Well, the white man and the black man will probably kill him and probably rape him too. That's kind of scary.
Adios. I'm gonna hop off. Okay, I'm gonna be listening.
Okay, no problem. It you know, once again, folks, it is scary that it is kind of scary. It is kind of scary to see this, but it is kind of true. This man right here is a white supremacist. This man right here, this evil man. We ban him. Get rid of him. He's racist towards dark-skinned black men that look like me. He's racist. He's racist towards people that look like me. My dark-skinned ashy self. He called me what? He called me negro. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Racist. And of course, black American males are here. Look, you know, recently I've seen posts where black American males are trying to give death threats to Argentinian fans. And, you know, again, listen, even for me, it's hard for me to say, but it's true. Like, I have dealt with Argentinian guys before. I watch football matches, club matches, whatever. I got in fights with these guys before. These are football matches. I got in a fight with Brazilian guys before. I got into fights with Colombian guys. When you're a fan of a team, things you get riled up, everything like that. So for me personally, whatever they're saying on social media, they're talking shit. Like, for example, when the guy from the guy from Colombia, no, not Colombia, from Argentina was talking shit about I detest Mexicans. And you see all these Mexican Americans like, oh my God. But see, again, they don't understand it's called talking crap. Like, before all that stuff, Mexicans on social media in Mexico were talking so much shit in Mexico about the games. And they're talking smack to all these people. And, you know, back and forth. Same with the Brazilians. They talk smack to all the time. Same with the Paraguayans. Same with that. It's just that what's happening now is that Black Americans are seen like, oh my God, look what they're saying. They're calling monkey and all, like, because this is not like the United States. Oh my, good job. That's a good touchdown. Yes, no one does that. No one does that. Like, and it's so scary about this conversation because I know for a fact that I've talked to a bunch of Argentinian guys in real life about the games recently. If you talk to, that's another thing too. There's a difference if you think that Argentina's getting favoritism from like FIFA, which is, I can listen to you that. I can understand if there's issues regarding to Messi and favoritism or stuff like that, or do you feel like FIFA's helping them out, or you feel like, do you think the game between Switzerland and the red card and all that? If you come with that talking points, I will listen. But these people don't do that. They want to dig up dirt and talk shit about Argentina and the rest of Latin American countries. This is why I don't understand, like, oh, they're racist. And look at Paraguay. Look at them. Paraguay, a country they never heard of. Paraguay, a country they never heard of. Those people are racist and bigots and white supremacists. Oh my God. How dare you, bitches? How dare you? You know it's bad when these bitches. You know it's bad when MAGA shows up, and even they have to. Oh my God, this is such racism. This is such bigotry. Oh my God, look what they're saying. The racial tones under here.
Mbappe plays against Paraguay, and Paraguay. I don't know if you guys watched the game. All their game plan was injury, agitation, frustration. It was a nasty game.
Yep.
Nasty. And they kept trying to get under Mbappe's skin. Nothing happened. Eventually, they ended up winning. It was a close game. They won 1-0, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was a 1-0 game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Post, game is over with. A senator from Paraguay puts a message out there. And I want to read this to you. This is, I don't know if you have the message.
Oh
of what
my goodness. Oh my God. The Iranian Middle Eastern man is like, oh my God. Oh my God, look at the racism here. Lauren, you got WhatsApp? I can say it to you through your email. You got your email or something? Or wait, I got my email. Hold on. Right here. Right here. Gmail. You're about to hear it, folks. Laura, if you want to, you can email, you can contact me through WhatsApp or whatever. I don't know if the streamer can go through. You know, I can give you my contact if you want to, and I can do it through WhatsApp or wherever. But once again, these Sam people is about to say something. Look, you know, this guy's pro MAGA, freedom of speech. You know, it's so bad when MAGA guys, yo, that shit right there is really racist. But here we go.
Read this to you. This is, I don't know if you have the message of what she originally said. This is post of her apologizing and addressing.
I still, like, when you said it, I don't believe it.
She said, instead of having breast milk, he grew up sucking on coconuts. The most educated creatures he ever heard of are chimpanzees. She said this.
What?
This is
You're talking about who, Pat?
About Mbappe.
Unbelievable.
About Mbappe. And so Mbappe then responds back, and I don't know if you have Mbappe's respond. Mbappe responds back and he says, what an embarrassment you are to your country. While your country just wins and they have all these incredible things to be proud of, you're coming out and saying something like this? Do you know you just stole all the limelight from what your players did and you made it about you? Shame on you. I'm going to read you exactly what he said.
Perfect response.
Here for you. Yeah, shame on you. You took all the excitement and the enthusiasm. Did you get the tweet from Mbappe or no? If you don't have it.
Mbappe, the French captain, responded with a strongly.
There's a tweet by him, and I'll read it to you. He says, "You are a despicable woman and unworthy of your position. You do not represent Paraguay, that country which has sweated passion and honor throughout the competition. Though your recklessness and your brazen racism, the entire world has already forgotten the journey and the historic effort that your players accomplished during the World Cup, making way for an incompetent woman who gives the worst possible image of her country. I will never allow people like you to platform to her the freedom to spread with hatred, racism around the world." This post on Twitter got 1.8 million likes.
And look at her.
88 million views.
Good. 88 million people see her face.
Views, yeah. And then this is the response that she had in the video. Watch the way she speaks. Tell me if this is your kind of a person. But press play, and you got to read the comment. Do my best to read the commentary to you. But watch your reaction. Go for it.
¿Usted se ratifica entonces en la hora de sus dichos? ¿No va a pedir disculpas como plantea Mbappé? Mbappé no me pidió disculpas y tampoco tengo
This
por
one
qué.
doesn't have the translation. The one I sent you had the translation.
Oh, come on.
This one doesn't have the
There's
translation.
Switch's
One of them had the translation that's explaining, well, you know, I did
pro-MAGA dudes are like, oh my God, that is such racism there. They're calling, oh my God. See, you know how weak these dudes are when just, oh my God, those people, they really are racist people over there. Oh my God. But you do realize that Mbappe doesn't like South American people. You are aware of this, right? You know Mbappe does not like Latin American people overall. You are aware of this, right? You do realize that Mbappe was the first one to insult South Americans first. He was the one saying that European football is superior and that South Americans don't know how to play and that we're better than them. That's what he actually started saying. That started the whole feud, which they don't want to talk about. They don't even know. Well, Lauren, hold on. I'm going to send you the link. Hold on 1 second here. I already said it to you. I don't know if you. Mbappe is notorious for a lot of bad, so I don't even watch soccer like that. Maria said Mbappe never asked me for an apology, nor do I owe him an apology. Yeah, like that's the thing. You're Paraguay. Yeah, I know. They don't want to say it. Look.
Apologize, but I'm going to sue him, and they're going to sue him. He better this, and by the way, right there, look what she says right there. If you zoom in, I come from a society where gays were beaten and were calling someone a shitty. I don't want to zoom in. I come from a society where gays were beaten and were calling someone a shitty. I don't want to read the next word. Was the most usual thing. I come from the generation, and so now I'm trying to build a different Celeste Amarilla that's so capable of coexisting with others. Have patience. I'm trying. What?
That's her name?
What?
That's who it was?
That's who it was.
You give her, guys, give her time.
Yeah.
She's going to get rid of the coconut comments in about a couple years. Yeah. Then in 5 years, she's going to stop saying the N-word. Give her some time.
She says, I've written down that had been needed at his discretion. You know, these claims that instead of breast milk, he drank, coconut, the most intrusive thing she heard. I retracted myself, she says. That is not discriminatory or racism. Yes, it is what it is. I said it. I retracted. That's why I erased the post. She deleted the post, but this report gives an Afro-descendant community and not Mbappe. I give them all to everyone. That was a disappointment. And then she says something, but Mbappe hasn't apologized to me. What?
Get out of here.
No. She's asking Mbappe to apologize, and she says, if you don't, I'm going to do to you what we did to Ronaldinho. Don't forget what we did to Ronaldinho. What an embarrassment. What an embarrassing thing to say for somebody like this. So,
my God.
Adam, your thoughts on this with this story of Mbappe?
How old is this lady, if I may? If we
She
can
looks
pull that
like
up
she's in her early 60s, late 50s.
Okay, and what was the quote she said about, hey,
these American men they're such soft people. Okay, Laura, it says device not connected, Lauren. You're in the background. I can see in the background. But it says device is not connected. And I'm just gonna try to say this to people that I'm gonna say this again many, many times. This is something hilarious. You know what's so funny about this conversation is that they didn't even show the whole clip, the whole thing. Well, actually, that's the whole thing. Here's the thing about this. Okay, they were arguing about how Paraguay played against France, right? And how they're playing rough, whatever. But they don't understand this. Paraguay, whether you like this or not, they played against France 1-0. That thing was 0-0. That's how you play in South America. So always you'll complain about, oh my God, I got hurt. I got kicked on my knees. Oh my God. That's commable. That's how it is. When the Mexican fans would like throw and fireworks at the hotel and saying prostitutes to the dorms, poisoning your food, all this crazy shit. Politicians getting involved, insulting you, like that's normal down there, and the whole region of not just South America, but all around Latin America. That's normal. That's normal shit. Like, you know how many times when they invited Brazil in, and how many times the fans will go and beat up the female the counter fan groups all the time. You know how many times when Chile will go against Argentina and back and forth, Chileans will host a match with Argentina to beat up the Argentinian people. Argentinians, when Chileans go over there, they get beaten up by Argentinian fans. It happens all the time. Insults. They'll do chants like, what was Argentina chant they said to Chileans? They'll say, like, they'll cheer for tsunamis and earthquakes, saying that God has punished Chile because, that's why you get down with tsunamis. Because they're making fun of the fact you get a lot of earthquakes. And the thing is, they do get a lot of tsunamis. But at the same time, Chile will also make chants about, well, thank God we helped about, thank God we allowed England to get planes to bomb your battleships, stuff like that. Or they will they'll have servicemen or military people say kill the Bolivians, like stuff like that. But that's just to basically stir up nationalism, stir up all that stuff, and fight breaks out. Like, this is very common all around Latin American countries. The football matters are pretty huge. Stuff like that. Okay, so send me the link. Laura, I don't know if you're there. I give, because you're right. The device says not connecting, so you could just try to keep on trying, that kind of thing. But again, this thing about this.
I'm still learning. I'm still growing.
Yeah.
Lady, you got one foot on the banana peel and one foot in the grave, and this is how you're acting. To me, this is like, what? Talk about low life class in Espanol, una desgracia. This person representing your country. I don't know. This is why I love free speech, and this is why I'm a free speech absolutist. Allow people to say who they are, and they will reveal themselves. this is disgusting. I've never heard of this woman. And everybody said, but what's she saying? Any person with common sense and reality will realize you don't say these kind of things. And maybe if you're a type of a racist person who tells little funny jokes on the side, okay, gotcha, buddy. You're going to put this out in public and embarrass yourself, your family, and your country. Disgrazie.
She's 61 years old, Pat, and like there's
61 years old. Yeah,
61.
She's still learning and growing, though.
She, like, what a whole, like, think about it, and you nailed it, Pat. Paraguay came in. They were fighting. They were a little aggressive, maybe a little dirty, but they fought their butts off, and they were actually exciting to watch. And it just takes one person, and she's the one to now put a stain on them, because now, guess what the talk is? Nobody's talking about their gameplay. Nobody cares about the damn scores. It's her and her big mouth, and I'm curious to what the president is going to say and what they're going to do.
Oh, the country came out and said we do not support the comment that was made by the senator. I think Paraguay responded and said, this is not our position. This is her position.
Good.
So Paraguay very quickly, she's an embarrassment. Yeah, go back to that story you just had.
Horrible.
Paraguayan senator demands apology from Mbappe, threatens illegal action. That's ESPN. She's saying, I'm going to sue you. You got to apologize to me. She what?
She's from the Liberal Party as well. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
That's
PBD, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
Pat?
of course.
So these people just basically, what are they called, chimping out on the internet, this lady right now. We've seen people emotionally react to their team losing. We showed a video last week of a Mexican guy freaking out. Oh my God.
Yeah.
There's Brazilians going crazy. People all around the world when their team loses, this lady in Paraguay being ridiculous. You've told a story about when you don't text real quick when you're in a fight because, let time to cool off. What would you say to people who are just emotionally reacting when they're upset like this? I think you understand what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, I mean, but this is not even emotional. By the way, this is who she is.
Yep.
This is not emotional. This is her. So because after you said I deleted it and then says I come from a country of this and he better apologize or else I'm going to sue, we just learned that's not a mistake you made. That's who you are. And guess what? It's okay. We now know who you are.
Meaning she wasn't mad. She wasn't being emotional. She's just like, yeah, this is who I am.
She is exactly who you think she is. This is not a joke. Government of France and Paraguay react to the racism remarks made by the senator, Celeste Amaria. And if you want to zoom into this one, I do think they apologize. The government of Republic of Paraguay deplores and rejects the statements made by the senator directed at the captain of the French national team, Mbappe. These statements are contrary to the values and principles that inspire peaceful coexistence and respect for human dignity, which our country promotes. Paraguay is a democratic republic governed by the principle of separation and independence. Okay, now it goes into all this other stuff promoting the state. And then the French government also said the following: the president of a republic, this is from Macron, by the way, the president of the republic supports Mbappe and the French national team in the face of racist attacks to which the captain of Les Blues has been subject. The Paraguayan president wrote to the French president to this effect, condemning the remarks made as the Paraguayan Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So there you have it. This is a one-off person. This lady, her face says it all. I don't know what else you need. Just look at her face.
Yeah, she's not going to come to a microphone.
You who she is. No.
She's not going to come to a microphone and say, lo siento, which I'm sorry. She's never going to come up and say that. Lo siento.
The Karen of Paraguay.
No, exactly. Mi arde el trasero.
Tom, you sound like a novella, a Spanish.
No, I just said.
Tom talks like that to Melba.
Yeah.
And Melba
you see this, right?
For him to not.
Okay, you see this, right? You see how right away that even these conservative, like pro MAGA people, this is what I'm trying to tell people all the time. This is not about defending Mbappe. They don't give a fuck about this guy. Okay? This is them. Deep down inside, they don't like these people. South Americans, Latin Americans, and all. They'll sit there, and which is crazy to me because these are the same MAGA people that was cheering for Argentina, look at Venezuela. But at the same time, you don't understand this. The people that don't understand what's going on between South America, politics, and all over Latin America, and what's going on with Europe and the United States, they don't understand like what's really being said here. First of all, you have not watched the football match because if you did, you will realize that Mbappe was upset because he didn't want to handshake any of the Paraguayan players, saying they were fighting dirty, they were fouling all the time. But the people in South America, they were saying, well, that's how they always play. And that's why they are one of the best defensive teams in South America, because they play like that. So, yeah, that's the thing about it. So it's kind of like that. So, okay. Lauren, you here?
Hey, Cam, how are you?
How's it going, Lauren?
Good. How you been? I've just been watching the stream. I kind of tuned in a little bit late. I did kind of start seeing when you guys were talking about the Nordic guy, and I was like, he's kind of ugly.
Wait. We try our best. We try our best here. Oh, wait, it's Holland?
Oh yeah, the guy that the black lady was saying that he was a black to her.
A black man. You know, let's be for real. These women are desperate now. They're to the point they're telling me that Holland's a black man.
It's so crazy. The FIFA has just brought up a lot of weird projections from all different kinds of people, mostly from Americans, and it's just kind of putting everything into perspective, honestly.
So you've been watching the World Cup. You notice recently a lot of the American males are making comments like, we should get into soccer more. You see those NFL athletes like what is the guy named JJ Watt? He was saying that.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, it's kind of like weird where it's a weird transition from that. Ironically, it's getting, so I can only speak like from my side, like it is getting a lot of attention from even the white Americans, right? And it's so crazy because I would have never thought of them to think of it that way. Never. They're even moving away from the NBA is like I don't share the same, nowhere near the same hype anymore. The NFL, no. We kind of like, I think, and I've told you this before, we like the different, but we don't want to admit it.
Wait. We say it again?
It's like we like the different. We like different. We just don't like American.
The thing is, I feel like with American guys, when I look at the, because these were NBA, NFL, especially that dude, what's his name again? The running back for what's his name again? For the Philadelphia Eagles. I forgot his name. LaShawn Jackson. This Negro was going like crazy, like, man, Messi, that guy, he has not faced the black American male. Say the best athlete in the whole wide world, him. And you can see like the anger in his eyes. Like, he's like, I don't like that man. I don't. It's like you see a bunch of these black American like ex NFL players. They're all like staring like Messi. It's like, and he thinks that he's better than us. And the crazy thing about I've seen Tom Brady talk about this. I see MLB guys talking about this. Paul Skeens was saying this, and they're all like, you know what, man? You know what? I should have played soccer. I should have done this. I should have. It's just how crazy. Because you know what it is. Because, like I said before, you have to understand this as well. When you as a woman, and guys know, so when you start staring at those guys, the first thing, because women look at different way men do it. Well, unless you're gay. The first thing women look at is, wow, look at his legs and look at that ass. Laura, am I correct here? The thing is, those guys are actually in shape.
So, you know what they would say? They would just shame the hell out of they're free like that. I looked them up right now. The guy that Iberian mulatto was talking about, the Pauly, and I'm like, oh my god, what a slob! And he's criticizing women for real.
Well, that's the thing about it. It's like that's the thing. They just don't like competition. And they're looking at all the women from
of any kind.
Look at the guy Vozina, the goalkeeper for Cape Verde. The fact that the fact that what's going on with him, and just the attractive Cape Verdeans just jumping up and down. The black man's angry at that shit. When look at Holland, even that guy, you could tell a lot of white men are insecure about him. Like, because
you know what? Yeah, you even brought him up because I actually kind of think he's kind of ugly.
No, he is, but let's see for real.
Even did you see even Lily when he was even proud as if he knew him or something my gosh.
But the thing is he's actually a Nordic man. He's from Norway, and you got these pretending fake Norwegian white nationalists and then they look at him and I've seen videos I want to learn Norwegian. I want to. So all of a sudden, you all have Viking pride,
right?
Where was this before? Where was this? Yeah, I'm looking at you, Minnesota. Where was this before? Now all of a sudden, they want to learn Scandinavian cultures. Now they want to learn the languages over there. They want to learn all of a sudden the cultures now and the language. Because you see one guy being proud of his background. See what happens when you don't have low self-esteem?
Yeah.
It's really
I guess
embarrassing.
We've talked about this before where I've told you I feel like we've kind of failed in trying to set up the culture, the go-to. Yeah. And now it just feels like all we have is Walmart, and then oh my gosh, if the people from the FIFA were coming here and reviewing fast food restaurants, and that's the best we have that we can come up with, we're doing something wrong. I don't think I'm gonna see it turn around in this lifetime.
Well, the thing is that that's the funny thing about about these guys, right? Because they, my issue with them is, especially in Europe with white American men, is that they put themselves on a pedestal over their own women. Same with the black guys, even the mixed race dudes, even the mixed sons they make, they put themselves on a pedestal over here in America. So, I always have this image I'm tall, I'm handsome, I have all this money, and then all of them okay, and here comes these guys from other countries, and they all, ladies, where are you going? Where are you going, ladies? I was where are you going?
And it's these guys from other countries, what are they gonna say? This is funny where I was putting this into perspective with Jesse and some of my other friend groups, because so they want to talk shit, for example, about the Latinos, whatever, but they're all very attractive. You can't just buy that. And then at the same time, they were seeing the guys from actual Europe, and they were they didn't want to talk bad about them because in a way they kind of see themselves as an extension of that, but they still don't like them. So it's getting to the point where I just don't really completely understand, I guess,
it's crazy.
The American insecurity myself.
I get an example about this. Jude Bellingham from England, and I've talked to two biracial girls about this, and she was saying to me that because the guy spoke Spanish because he plays for Real Madrid, right? And the funny thing was, she didn't want to say it I think the mixed race guys here because she's biracial, I think the biracial guys here are ugly. And my response was? I was I've been doing that for a long time, so this is nothing new. Even for me, my eyes, I'm a straight guy. I can tell you, Jude Bellingham is mentally, physically, all around him is it's so different from Americans. He does not have that self-insecure racial what am I that's the thing. Even the Nigerian guy who is mixed race too, he doesn't have that he speaks German, he speaks pidgin from his dad from Nigeria, he speaks English and Spanish and French, and you can see a healthy person, and it comes out.
He's very cultured. He's not. I never see him. I mean, what? This is what, like, I think white Americans do this a lot too. I think I'm seeing it a lot from Black Americans. Like when the guy that was like projecting, like, oh, see, he's Black. Well, no, he's really mixed, and he's very cultured. The guy's not praising hip hop or doing any of that. That's completely separate.
Yeah.
Not that they would understand that here.
Yeah, and like I make a joke all the time by Black women here. I'm like, but he's not gonna date you. They're not gonna date. And then the thing about it, like you can't relate to that guy. And the thing about with him is that he really like that's why I was like, when the World Cup came, I said this was gonna happen, because in my mind I'm thinking to myself, I watch football from around the world. I'm like thinking, you come to the United States, and I always knew as a kid growing up with my eyes, I was like, yo, this guy has a good haircut. I would try to copy their styles. I'm looking at the American, like, yo, I do not like that Morgan Wallen haircut. Like, that is some nasty shit, bro. And these white dudes, shame on you. You actually listen. It's okay to copy people's styles. It's normal. Go look at those European dudes. Look at the white guy. Look at the Swiss national team. Copy how they got their look. Go to the barber shop or hairstyle. Say, I want this look. Clean it, shape up, something. Do something. Please stop with that Morgan Wallen haircut. Stop it. It's annoying. You know what I'm talking about? The mullet in the back again, and the dumb mustache.
I'm actually not like I think if you're a certain age, maybe the mullet won't be the right thing anymore anyway. But
they're trying. They're trying. And you know something? It's kind of crazy because, again, like when we talk about white supremacy, I'm gonna show the image of the white supremacists that these guys keep talking about. Right here.
Speaking about that, because that's what I wanted to call you about. You know how you guys are talking about the Nazis and oh my gosh, they love the Argentines and
right there, Nazi.
White
supremacist right here.
So here's the thing, though. Here's a weird spot where, I'm trying to find the correct words. So it's like they like them, right? Especially the white Americans here, and they can deny it, but at the same time they're denying it. And it's like, well, is it that they're possibly doing? And I think Jesse pointed it out in the comments. It's like they're white people in Latin America actually know how to be white than the real white people here, and we don't like that. A lot of people don't like that. It's like a weird projection where, like, yes, I see you, but you're only an extension of me. Therefore, I'm still better. Am I making sense?
Well, it's sad because, and this is where I think white men know this. If they promote guys like this on the screen, because remember, Lauren, think about it. Okay, for a lot of young girls, white girls or black girls, whatever girls you could think of in the United States, this is their first time on TV. They actually saw Argentine men walk around. They do not promote these guys.
That's true. This is the first time. You know what? We completely fucked it up because it should have been here in the U.S. so that people can actually see and bring in all of that. And the stupid first mindset that they went to, ICE is gonna do this and that, whatever. It's such an ugly country. At this point, they should have just named it to be Mexico because we're too stupid for even race talks, honestly.
But you know what's so scary about this is that when this, because the thing is, the men here, they knew these men existed. That's the thing that I was keep telling them, like, no, they knew these men existed, just want to hide it. And the U.S. media news for a long time, the U.S. with the Hollywood, so is the sports media. They've been promoting just like American men. That's it, or people that align with Americans, and they just do that crap. But the thing is that, like, for a lot of girls, for example, like the Moroccan national team, for a lot of women, this is the first time ever seeing Moroccan men on TV, Turkish men on TV. It's the first time I've ever seen it. I've never seen one before.
That's true. That's very true. And, I could say even for myself, it was at one point, growing up, it was mostly just all white. Right, like American. The most handsome we had maybe at one point would have been maybe like Brad Pitt, who was the other guy? Like Leonardo DiCaprio, them. Yeah. Uh-huh. And you don't really see that as much. And I also don't want to fall into the whole like, oh, well, if you put a black guy there, you know, or I mean, if we don't put a black guy there, it's like what do they call it? The DEI, or it's going to be like racist. But I also wouldn't want to put any random black dude if it's just out of pity, if that makes sense.
And the thing about it is,
and
like,
it should be even beyond to like find the talent or the looks, but they like to make everyone so ugly.
Well,
like,
yeah,
oh,
that's
I remember they still get so much shit. And you know what's funny, when they try to put, and we talked about this when they try to put Sydney Sweeney up there. Oh, and just failed spectacularly because she's white, but it won't help if she's not as attractive.
Well, you know the thing about Sydney Sweeney, because I mean, you know the thing about it is that with her, and this just goes back to what I told you, they when you saw the show Euphoria, it was basically her throwing up, her gagging over a man. So they're already shaming her and betraying women as sluts and hoes, but not the men. No, they're clean. They're clean, but she's all over the place, falling down, throwing up, the trauma, and I can't find a man, and she's falling down, like kind of like what Tara Sheehan is, because Tara Sheehan to me is anti-white. That's an anti-white man. They
made her a mammy. They made her a mammy.
You've seen that, right? Tara Sheehan, the producer of Yellowstone series and all that stuff, and the Tulsa King. They made white women. This dude has a grudge with white chicks. Every single fucking TV series that he makes for Paramount Plus, it's always a white girl drunk, falling over. She can't find a man. She's struggling. She's begging for attention, and she's like, it's embarrassing. Like the girl's a hoe. It's like, what? What is this? What is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah,
like,
they just mammified the.
It's like, oh my god!
I completely agree. I agree.
And no white and black white men, they love those shows. Like, oh, I love this show. It's just they're shitting on white chicks and we're beating up Mexican men. Oh, it's like it's always beating up Mexican Hispanic guys. It's so because it's an imagination, right? But when you see guys like this in real life, they're like, oh my god, no, Laura, don't look. It's like, don't look at the. And then has any white dudes you talk to? They talk about the World Cup, or are they kind of like, I don't want to talk about it?
They kind of they're kind of weird about it, but at least in my own friend group, my dad talks about it now and then. Actually, he didn't think that it would look as fun, and my mom hasn't paid too much attention to it. Most of my friend group talk about it here and there, but not a lot, like not at all, little to nothing. I wonder if they do it on purpose or they're just not really that paying attention to it.
What about the women, though?
That's all. Sister and his brother, they do tune in to watch some of that stuff.
So what about the women? How about that? The white girls of OC. What do they think about these games? Hello?
It's a lot of attractive people who talks about like heading down there.
Are you shocked to see all the white girls?
But look at from my perspective, Mexico looks so much. Look at how much fun Mexico looks like right now. Out of all the times that I've been there personally, wow, to actually invest and go and take go outside your usual. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was saying that that the girl, the white chicks from Southern California, because you're the Mecca of MAGA, these white girls, I don't know if they're probably on the screen, right? They're probably around oh my god, these guys are attractive, and they look around oh my god, these men are ugly. My God.
And you know what's funny is that I know that like a lot of Americans, especially like Black Americans, would say like, oh, they're racist and they're this and that. It's like, well, but you know what's funny is that, and I'm just saying this from what I have heard with other of my white friends, is that, oh, well, I mean, if as long as he's not racist, like, oh, want to hurt people, they'll still be okay with it.
Yeah, they're throwing an asset though.
If this guy that I'm seeing on the screen is this Argentine guy, they will still
deal with him.
Not consider the racist part that important. Yeah, they will still be with him, of course. And that's something that nobody really wants to talk about. I mean, they're attacking them like morally. Well, you don't know them at all. How are you basing them off of an entire culture? And I'm saying this even from like, you know, experience. I know even here in the States, like we get judged like being like really racist and stupid. And to some extent, I can agree. That doesn't mean we're all going to be like super ignorant or dumb either. And you can, I'm seeing this with my eyes. Like, how is it that you guys would, I mean, so they attack attractive people, especially with people from Latin America. Like, it's crazy. So they attack them morally when they can't really attack them in their physical look. And it's even weirder.
Hey, you know what's crazy? What I get weird about it is that when I notice with the Fox coverage, because they have a lot of English people as pundits, they really try to like not show much Argentina other than Messi. They just don't, but they can't because he's just so popular. And just the reigns are through the roof because of this guy. Now, the thing is that the thing about the white chicks is that, like, you know, and white guys here, they know this. Deep down inside, they want him to lose because they know that if he keeps on winning, it will look at because the way they lost to Belgium, it looked like, yo, our men are bitches. It's like, you know, and they look at look at this guy. Like, what happens is there gonna be more girls going with tickets saying, "I gotta go down there. I don't care they're poor." Like, that's what's gonna, you do realize that the chimichurri, thing. All these white girls now getting chimichurri, like that's actually because of them being popular, Argentina, and these football games, and even and. Yeah, like and I know it's because they did an article in my area where there's an RTN restaurant, and they were saying that his sales skyrocketed this past month. It's skyrocketed, and you look at the line, it's full of women. It's full of women. That's why I keep saying, and these men, they know this. That's why they get mad. They're like, let's stop this. Okay, back to baseball, back to NFL football. Come on, Lauren. Let's go watch Colorado Rockies versus LA Dodgers. Come on now. Come on now, Lauren. Stop looking at that man. But that's what they think. Come on, Lauren, let's go to this hockey game. Look at all these white men here. And the thing is that like
and it's just not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
And I know like not every soccer game is like this because one, it's a FIFA, right? So it's gonna be like a whole crowd of huge, just masses of people everywhere partying, and it's completely different. But it's not like what I saw come out of like the Knicks celebration.
Oh my goodness! I'm sorry, that was a disaster. Like those girls are ugly, man. Yo, New York City women. I mean, my goodness,
that was so ghetto.
Yo, that was nasty. The girls are ugly.
My lord!
And then you got the Brazilian women over there, and you see them like with like these legs that are so with muscles on them, and they got their butt. And like like even Laura, you saw that too. Like, yo, that girl's really in shape. It's like, yo, that chick has muscles on those legs. And look at him like, and this is the thing, Lauren, you understand, that national team attracts hot girls from all backgrounds. Because I was in Philadelphia, I'm not joking. I literally, literally saw girls from India, Japan, Ivory Coast, Africa. I mean, and these girls were there were women from Italy, women from obviously Brazil too, right? These are different backgrounds. And the amount of women that were really attractive just to go to that game. And I'm not joking you. I know for a fact that those NBA guys, those black, they are jealous. I'm like, yo, look at all these girls they get and look at what we get.
I'm going to be honest, Cam. I'm going to be completely honest. And I know Maria was saying like, oh, like the Irani team and everything. But you know whose attention these girls have their eyes set on? And I'm just saying from what I've heard from some of my friends is the Latin American men are getting the most attention. And it's not just from women here. It's like from women everywhere. That's what's the crazy part. Like, of course, there's going to be a crazy amount of jealousy.
Raul Jimenez? Like Raul Jimenez? Raul Jimenez? The guy, the Mexican,
I'm not sure, but
the black pack inside. Raul Jimenez. And there's a lot of these dudes. I can think of Maria, give me the list from South America. Richard Rios is another one too. Like, go Google him. Well, hold on a second. Let me
I just looked him up. Raul.
Yeah, Jimenez.
Very handsome too. But that's what I'm saying is like, I know you're saying I hear you, but what I'm saying is that the attention is mostly in Latin American.
Yeah, I mean, there he is.
Like
there is that him.
Yeah. Yeah, like the attention is on Latin American from different perspectives, and these guys have no idea how or why to do with this, so they just kind of ignore it.
I'm gonna ignore this man right here. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna the guy like Laura is not gonna ignore the man I see here.
Right.
Like,
Man,
I am
it's
not
crazy. Like it's true.
I am not gonna ignore the man I see right here. It's like that's the thing about it, and it's like
what's funny? Julie just made a comment a little bit ago. It said they act like liberals when they have to attack us and not to defend him. It's kind of weird because it's true. Like if liberals even like see that you're more attractive, also they automatically will like, oh well, you're privileged, and especially if you're like lighter, they're so weird. I could never be around them. I am so tired of them.
And this is because I said before.
And then the MAGAs like will be all super proud, but then at the same time they'll be like, oh, but you're not really white, even though they kind of might look like.
It's real MAGA. MAGA, they want to cheer for it, but not really. And like we all know what that I already knew that already, because if you cheer for them, then the other girls will be like, okay, so if I cheer, so what's the whole point fucking you then? I'll fuck them then, because that's the whole. Because like the Caribbean men, they're all like.
That's just a weird thing with like both sides. They're so retarded. Like
the Caribbean men that are black, like the Jamaican guys, they're jumping up and down for Brazilian men. So if you're a girl scene, if you're a Jamaican girl, like I'm like, I talked to several Jamaican chicks about this. They're like, so if you're jumping for Brazilian men, then why should I fuck you then? I'll just go down there and get those guys down there. And I think that's why a lot of white dudes don't want to really say who they cheer for.
Yeah.
Because of course it was Team USA, but man, they look embarrassing, man. That was embarrassing. That was like that made you feel like you don't want to wave your flag. Like that was embarrassing. And they were not even trying.
Yeah.
And The thing is that like
No, they're not, and it's just a weird position to be in, I guess, especially because here, you know what we've talked about that the black and white, or not black and white. I want to say black or white. That mindset is slowly leaving, slowly, but it's coming to fruition. You're seeing more mixed kids than ever here in the States, and what's supposed to happen will happen. You know,
well, that's the thing about
both sides can't deal with that. We just live in a very weird time where we just happen to have social media for documenting all this dumb shit.
You know what the thing is with the mixed race people here? I've been very critical of them because I met so many of them recently, the last couple of years, and they're like in trouble with black and white field, unfortunately. And I always tell them this, like, you have an opportunity to get away from this, but you still try to indulge in black and white, which is stupid because it's like you're not neither. So who cares? Create your own community here in the United States, but instead, what they do, they kind of like look up to the ones down to these countries like in Latin America, especially like Brazil, Colombia, and I tell them all the time, just like they have a community built. The same with white Americans. I tell the guys all the time, just copy what Argentina built your little white, little Welsh, little German, whatever crap. Built it. You can do it. You just chose not to. What did the white nationalists say? Marcus said, I met so many white guys with their non-black, with their Latina and Asian wives that want to go to their old white town. Like, it was so funny. He had to say no.
Like, what the fuck? And then they have the audacity. Like, if they have anything, it's the audacity. And then they say, oh, well, technically they're not real white supremacists, and it's like shut the fuck. Like there's none of that anymore. If there ever has been, they're so ridiculous. I actually hate having to talk about this because we always get into it. I'm not gonna put his business out there. Jesse has some stupid ass friends. I have to call them out every time they come around. I'm sorry.
Well, you know the same
oh my
thing.
Gosh, they're so intolerable, like so unlikable. How dare you guys do they're the ones actively seeking out these women. That's the thing. It's like you guys want to talk about men lead all the time, except when oh my gosh, this random Latina seduced me. If she wanted my jeans, that's so ridiculous. Please, I'll never be on their side for that. I'm sorry.
I met a bunch of chicks, and not just one that I know on this channel, but other women have told me, they have literally told me, don't talk to these men. I don't want you going to these Brazilian games. I don't want you going to Argentinian games or any of these other games, you know. And they'll say that they're racist, they're bigots, they won't accept you. Lauren, did any of the white girls were told don't go to those games? They're dangerous. They're gonna be racist towards you. Cause I know there was one white chick that I actually talked to on TikTok. She told me that her white dad and mom said, "Don't go to these games because they're gonna be racist towards you." I was like, "What?" But that's the shit they're saying.
Yeah.
Have this ever heard before or what?
So I've heard some of that, mostly if they're younger. For me, they probably don't really care for my age.
Well, obviously you're a mature
but you know
woman.
what happened on
I don't know
if you watched. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you watched the news also. When the July 4th thing happened, there was like a little mini riot like in Newport here in California. And at first, people were actually saying, oh, it's because of a soccer game. And it had nothing to do with that, literally. Like, it was just kids being stupid. And they were saying, and even my dad was still telling me, and, you know, like, oh, if you're going to go out there, be careful. Like, if there's going to be another game or whatever. Like, no, none of that shit ever happened. It was just overblown. Yeah. They're so ridiculous.
Well,
but don't make sure to whack their butt on over there.
Well, Lord, because you're in California, right? So, you know, God forbid, you know, they're not going to come. You know, our team is going to play in Atlanta, Georgia. And already Black Americans, the male, like, we're gonna get those guys. I'm like 50,000 of them. I don't think so. It's like 50,000 Argentinians are descending down there. Like,
you know what? I'm gonna Cam. I don't think that anybody really wants to talk about it. What's going on is that we're seeing it's a lot of like the black-white tension stuff going on. Like the stabbing that happened in Texas, right? Or like recently.
Yeah.
And when white people, I should say white ignorant people, think like, oh my gosh, we're gonna go to like, even they think soccer again, they think, oh my gosh, there might be like even a lot of other people, like if they don't really like black people, they're not gonna be familiar with any other group. So they see it as like, oh, you should still be aware. That's what it is.
They I say this again, it's because like, and back in 2024 when Copa America was being played here, it was something like this. But these white boys they need to blame the ones who actually have money, and these are the franchises, the sponsors. They love this shit. They want them to come back. They want to host Champions League finals here. They want World Cups. They want all these tournaments. They want all of this. They want friendly matches. They want Real Madrid, Barcelona. They want this stuff. Like look at Alabama, Argentina, Alabama. I was like, what the? We're in Toluca, Alabama. I was like, oh my. I'm like, no. It was where Auburn University is. I was like, oh my god, they're all they sold the whole crowd out. They sold out. I was like, oh my god. They sold it out. Yeah. It's like, holy shit, Alabama. Yeah. In Redneckville area. And it's like I swear to God, I was like, wow. So, like, they sold out. What was it? I forget what it's called. The state from Auburn. It's the same thing up in University of Tennessee. They sold out that stadium over there. The same thing in Kansas City Chiefs. I was like, oh my god, like
crazy work. Yeah. Crazy.
I was like, this is like most teams from like South America, all these other places. When I know for a fact, white American men, when they saw that, like, oh my god, like we're losing our people, like basically lose. Like, don't look at that, Lauren. Get away from here. Go. Let's watch college football together. Let's look at Archie Manning over here. Look at that handsome blonde hair man. Lauren, look at Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow right here. Come on. It's like don't look at that man. That's the one, right? Joe Burrow, like the cutie guy, I guess, for NFL for girls. Joe Burrow. But
Joe something for sure.
What was it? I was trying to say this was like very comical, right? When I told people about like what was going on in other countries, right? And they just don't want to say it, but it is kind of true. When it like I knew when the World Cup was going to be played, like last month. I said, man, like I don't know I know he's going to be super jealous of these people. I said I knew it. Like they're going to be jealous of these guys. They're going to be jealous of all this stuff because I knew it was coming. And then they're looking at them like, and of course, like the what's funny is that what's really funny the most is
it's been brewing.
Tom Brady, of all people, he said, "This is going to grow," and of course, white men don't say that. Tom, please don't say that. I was like, Tom Brady's like, "No, it's going to grow." And they don't like to see Tom Brady. Because a lot of white dudes, they feel the epitome of attractive is Tom Brady, and you see him like raveling to these men. He's like saying, "Don't do it, Tom. Don't bow down to these weirdos.
But do you notice something else going on? But hold
What?
on, Cam. Hold on. But do you notice something else going on? Is that now, and this is what we talked about the very first time when I called you. Now they're starting to say, "Oh, you know what? Hispanic Americans are compatible. They're Catholic. They're usually conservative."
Who's saying
now
this?
It's just I'm seeing it come up a little bit more.
Wait,
I'm
who's
hearing
saying
it in
this?
different political streams. I'm hearing it in different TikToks, and I wish I would have saved at least one post. But there's something in the water. We've talked about that before, and it's kind of coming to light. We're like, oh, it's not so bad now. Very interesting.
Wait. So wait, who's saying that? Wait, Becky?
You know what? You're not gonna hear it from the stupid the Lily Gaddises or those type of people. I just don't like anybody. They don't even like them. If I'm being honest.
Okay, like it's her kids.
But I am seeing there. And this guy who, you know how they talked about people leaving MAGA, leaving the cult and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they're saying, oh, you know what? Hispanics are compatible with Americans. It's usually Catholic or Christian. They're mostly.
Yeah.
What else? Also European descent, right? So then it's just getting to a point. I didn't think would happen as soon. But, and it might not be there just yet, but I'm hearing stuff. That's all.
So are these mostly the men saying this or the women?
Right now, it's mostly the women.
Well, that's because this is what I'm trying to tell you, Lauren, that the problem is right now there is a male shortage issue going on. And that's a real thing. So women are outpacing men in the workplace. It's all facts. You can go on Google, you want to see. You don't believe me. There's more women working in the workforce, less women getting married. They're very upset what's going on.
Yeah.
And
true.
they're very upset what's going
true.
on. They need help. They economies is influxing, this whole idea that women don't need a man and that women chose to take their careers. When in reality of it, you as a guy, that most women are also broke as well. It's only a small percentage of women, very small, that are actually successful, that are making a lot of money, and they're all they can do it on their own. That's a very small part. The majority of women, they have careers, they have jobs, but they're all struggling. They're struggling to even to just do basic things I need to fix my roof. I need to get my gutters clean. I need to hire somebody. I need to do this, but I don't have the money, to the point that the girl has to go up the ladder to get the gutters cleaned up. Or, oh my God, I got a leak in the down, a leak, or I got in the toilet seats, or I got this, I got to fix it and all that stuff. That's what you're seeing right now. But a lot of girls, they just don't want to. There's just so much stuff that they cannot do because they're women. A lot of girls cannot go underneath the car and change the oil. A lot of girls can't do that. Even that's just the truth. And the thing is that where you like this or not, it's this whole idea that, so that's what I'm saying. That's the whole thing about the immigration thing. I'm not even dumb. They see these guys as competition. Why do you think they say, oh, they're here to take my job away, and then you got these dumb you try to take my man's job away, but your man doesn't want to work. That's the problem. Your man does not want to work. He's lazy, and that's and you stop babying.
Exactly, they're being so obtuse about.
That's the problem. Stop babying your husband, and that's the problem women right now are doing.
Yeah,
they're treating their husbands like if they're their sons, and go ahead, honey. dress up, honey, and like build a man kind of thing. And they don't understand that's why these men can't grow. That's why these guys are cuddled too much. They need to have like an actual struggle.
Right. And then it's weird because, yeah, and these, yeah.
Okay. If you look at like for example, Cristiano Ronaldo. I don't know if you know Cristiano Ronaldo, right? Hello, Lauren. You know Cristiano Ronaldo, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you hear his backstory, he was working in the in the streets on the island in Portugal, and he was begging for hamburgers because he was poor. So he was working with his mom selling, trinkets and fixing and cleaning up the streets to get some money. And they don't understand. That's why that guy, he's rich, but he still thinks about family because he just grew up in that environment. And that's the thing about these guys. They just don't have that.
Well, his wife is kind of like that too. Then she's I think she's Argentine and something else, right? And she's pretty.
She's Argentine, yeah.
She was working at retail when he met her. Yeah, from what I've heard, also kind of just humble origins.
Well, Messi, of course, these white men are jealous of that man. He met his sweetheart at what, 6 years old?
I heard.
And Brad needs to realize you need to marry. You need your sweetheart could be at 10 years old. These are not excuses. I hate their excuses. I want to, these bitches are not loyal. Blah, 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 blah. They don't want no family. I'm like, what the? I'm like, excuse me, Brad. What are you talking about? Girl, Brad. After a year, right, of dating, right? That girl actually wants to ask you to get down your knees and ask a question, right? You are what? Really? I didn't. She didn't ask for that. It's like, Lord, that's how dumb these guys are, right? That like the problem is that that's the problem with these losers, is that after a year of dating, they realize that, like, wait a minute, she want me to pop the question? I did not look that. I didn't look like. I didn't realize that. I'm like, well, yeah, she's been dating for a year, obviously. But the funny thing about about these dudes is that the problem is like, this is why I think what's happening. I think what's happening with these white girls. I'm really talking about these white conservative women. I think they're realizing that, hey, these immigrant guys that we just got rid of, like, hey, like, these guys are the ones building the country up right now. They are the ones owning small businesses and going to a local church and going after church and eating at a picnic or at a restaurant with the family and kids. You're not telling me that white girls cannot see that? And you just basically
right. And it's like now how would you be okay with, like, how are you okay with, in general, with any kind of mistreatment with people that could be compatible with you? It goes even further than that, right? But yeah, go ahead.
The thinking is that if you step back and think about it, and then now you see, these, because remember, a lot of these women never seen an actual man from Sweden before. This is like probably the first time I saw on TV.
True.
A Moroccan man.
True.
or dare I say the other one, Portugal and Spain. God forbid they're on your TV set, and you look at them, and they're, this is thing I get mad about, like, oh, look what they're doing, they're praying on the field. I'm like, well, yeah, it's very common in our country to pray in the field,
right. And then we're just so lost, and it's come to a point where like it's crazy that but the problem is, Cam, that they still overrule like whiteness above all else, and they have no idea that is what's gonna sink us. It has nothing to do with how successful you're going to be or what you're gonna do. Like, come on, what a stupid mindset we have here.
Whiteness,
so crazy.
Well, you know the problem with whiteness, man.
I'm finally seeing it. I'm finally seeing some of it be pushed away because it's such a stupid conversation because it never goes anywhere at all, ever. And I'm finally seeing it be pushed. Like that whole I'm honestly saying only Black people talk about like, oh, proximity to whiteness. Nobody's talking about that. Like we're going through right now is a lot bigger in this, not only in this country, but I mean, look at your neighbors. What are they doing? Nobody gives a shit about whiteness. Gosh.
Know something? You know what's going to happen is that I know deep down inside, like I hear, like, for example, all these talk radio shows after the USA lost, they feel embarrassed and that we got to do something about it. I see a lot of NFL athletes saying something, even Black, we got to bring the Black man over here. And I know that was because of the reactions of the female fan bases, like the way the white women were looking at him, like, wow, like we suck. My men are losers. I'd rather cheer for another good team. And that's really where it's coming from. Like, here you are cheering for your team. Go USA, go, go, go. We're going to cheer for United States, yay. And the way they lost, the way Lukaku just came in and just beat the shit out of it. And then they started acting like bitches on the field. Like, oh my God, can you give me like a red card, please? Like, come on, you fouled me. Oh my God. It's like, the Belgian team,
Jesse just made
yeah.
Yeah, they had no mercy. Jesse said that the extent of our diversity is Black people, and it really is. Like when we think of everything like DEI, Kim, when the hell have you ever heard about them? Oh, when they say, oh, we're putting Black and brown people, I only ever see Black people being put up there. I never see them try to do the same with any other group ever.
Yeah. It's slave guilt. It's
and like, let's be honest about that completely. Like it's never. When do you ever see Hispanic Americans? You know, when they did that whole thing about the colleges, you know how it only affected like with the Latinos, it was only like 1%, even without the DEI. So it means that they bypassed even Latinos to put Black people. I mean, come on, I can see this. We're not stupid.
Yeah, basically DEI was created to benefit.
When they say, oh, they put diversity, they only just really mean Black people. They don't mean anybody else.
They basically the two main groups that was basically.
And even then,
people.
I mean, I know that it was white women that benefited the most out of it. It's like, because we're technically also you know what I mean?
Yeah, but outside of white chicks, the second large one, which was the main thing, was black people. And when it came to like a racial thing, it was something we need more quote unquote diversity. Is code for we need more Blacks.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that was the whole DEI thing was created
it was not with Asians
for Black people.
Yeah,
not anyone else.
Yeah,
and that's
they were not adding that much more Asians.
That's fine.
Actually, it didn't even affect Latinos like that either. Like it didn't put you guys there. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing about this is that now when you look at like we need more diversity in the USA national team, right? Well, look what happened afterwards. It's disaster. So now Black Americans are saying, oh, they need the Black American athlete, not these mixed soft bitches. We need the dark-skinned Black man show up. And I'm gonna say this again. If you fill your entire team of Black Americans, and I'm gonna say this again, and on a global scale, they're going to lose badly. It's gonna be a global embarrassment. They're gonna laugh you off the field. It's gonna be embarrassing, And you don't. This is why I'm telling you. This is why they don't want to play the sport, because they know that they don't have the culture to back it up. The USA has no soccer culture at all. None. They know if Black Americans stop playing NFL and NBA basketball, and they were to focus on nothing but just soccer, they will know right away that they don't have it. That's why they only just play those sports, because that they know that they can dominate in those sports. That's why when the guy
but here's the thing, like, you know, and that's something I wanted to get out of the way. Yeah, because I only ever see just Black people being promoted, and it's like there's nothing wrong with that either, because I can see like there were little to no promotion years ago. I can totally see that. But now they say you want true diversity, then it shouldn't stop with them. But now they're saying, oh, no, because now they're entitled to it. And it's like, I see what they mean. I understand, you know, but if our extension of diversity, and here's the thing, white guys, especially like even if they're white, Jewish, whatever, whoever's at the top, like making them, they're always just going to promote mostly of Black people. It's just easier to just go along with it, and they don't have to feel the competition that way.
They don't.
I'm making.
They don't. They don't
if
like
they
what they don't like the World
diversity,
Cup.
like the guy that you have on the screen.
Yeah.
Nobody will like. Yeah, exactly.
They'll never bring this guy on the screen. And like if
they'd rather
like,
have everything be shitty and bad ratings instead of you know.
Like if Stephen A. Smith was to
instead of having real competition.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. If Stephen A. Smith was to interview guys that look like this, you will get phone calls from white dudes from ESPN saying, "Get rid of this man. I don't want on my screen. It's gonna make us look bad." Because that's the thing. So when the World Cup they're forced to like showcase these are what the guys look like. And of course, all the girls are like, oh my God, I didn't know these men even existed. And you know, like, and that's the thing, like even the Cape Verdeans, they're like, what's this small country? What is this? And you know, another thing, Spain, they barely put the Spanish national team on the sports coverage. You know, God forbid you say that, but you know, and that's another thing too about the United States. They do that on purpose. They purposely promote just the men here. And if you know, that's why I had to talk with this Indian guy, and he was a typical Indian dude from America, low self-esteem. He thinks he's ugly. He's no good. My culture's weird and stupid. And I told him, snap out of it, bro. Like you come from India, like, you know, you have your own unique culture, you have your own religion. Like, and I told him, I said, but we're not shown on TV. I said, man, fuck that shit. I said, bro, you play cricket. Mm-hmm. That's a global sport. Like, but I said, okay, so that's why I explained. So you're watching U.S. media telling you, no, don't listen to those people. Because if you listen to them, they're going to tell you that blonde hair, blue-eyed men are desired and you're just ugly. That's what you're going to feel bad. That's why I told myself, no. That's why I love the Latino men, like the Hispanic guys, like most of those men, we just watch our program back in our country because we already know what's going on here in the United States. Now, since they are now seeing like Argentinian guys from different backgrounds, they want to just bring, you know, white Americans want to, you know, especially Argentina, like white American men, they kind of like, they don't want to accept them. Like, I don't want to accept you. And I know why they're doing that. I'm not dumb. They're doing that because they're like
they do see them as like, oh, sure, you know, be out there and looks wise promote looking like us, but also you're still not like us. And it's like at the same, how dare you guys? I'm not impressed by what I'm seeing here on the stage.
Because Lauren, here's the thing.
They have this idea. They think.
But the thing is, Lauren, they know this. they know that if they say that, hey, the white Brazilian men, the white Argentinian men, they're part of us, you just gave the green light and say, okay, well, I'm just gonna go fuck them then. Yeah. I'm gonna have sex with those. If you tell the white women here, hey, those white dudes from Brazil and Argentina, they're just like us. If you say that, that gives those girls the green light. Well, okay, then if we're all the same, then I'm gonna go have sex with those guys then. And they know that, and that's the part they don't want to say. The same with the black guys. The black guys here.
That's true.
That if you start saying like, hey, Dominican men.
That's true.
If you say, hey, Dominican men from Colombia, men from Brazil, they're black nations. They're just like black men here in America. Black women here secretly, they'll be like, well, if you're telling me and I'm following your orders that these men are black, like this guy on the screen is black, as an example, I'm gonna fuck him. And that's what they can't really. This is why when black Americans say, oh, there's blacks down there, but they're racists. That's what they'll start saying. But they're racism and colorism and self-hatred. The white dudes in this country, when they start seeing those white guys, they start saying the following. But they're short. They don't have a lot of money. And a lot of them are gay. They start talking like that. That's how you see a little cheap jab talk. Like, because you see all these white dudes going to Brazil.
Yeah, a whole bunch of dudes out there.
Like you said, like if that's kind of way to cope a little bit.
And that's what I was telling you, is like when they feel like they can't attack them, when they can't attack them like physically, they attack them like morally. And it's even weirder. Like, why would you? The guy, the individual may not do that at all or think that way, but here you are thinking and saying all of this for him, and it's not even true. It's just shit talking.
Well, the funny thing I have to say, Lauren, is that when I hear white Americans talk about, northern, like European pride, I noticed recently, I don't know if you've seen this in your area, like there's a lot of Spanish from Spain, Spanish restaurants, and I'm noticing now that there's more and more white Americans saying, hey, these are part of us. These are European. These are white people like us. And I 10 years ago, they would never say that. Like, that's one thing I'm realizing more and more. So the funny thing about it, and I'm talking about this before, there's a guy that I talked to, and he told me, hey, there's a upper class part of the area in Texas, Sugar Land, Texas. And he told me, he said, yo, there's this long line of getting Spanish meat. And it's a big ass line. And they come every 2 weeks. This is an upper class area. This is like a wealthy grocery store, like where you see like what people go inside. And there's this big ass line to get Spanish meat. And in this line, it's mostly women. And then this is why I told him. I said, listen, I said, this is my point. I said, listen, that's because of what's going on with Spain. These girls are on social media. They see these good-looking dudes. And on top of that, they're cooking meat. They're cooking food. And they see that, like, I gotta get this. Spanish wine has gone up. Spanish wine surpassed Italian wine in the United States? You are aware of this, right?
Really? No,
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Spanish wine has surpassed Italian wine in the United States. And you
know what? I was reading on you know how Ooh, I'm sorry. I think there's like a delay, so I'm just being quiet.
Okay, yeah. There's a delay here, so I'll just whenever I talk, I'll just mute right away. That way you give the sign. I'll give the sign that. So I'm going to mute right now.
I was about to say that. Did you notice also that where the KKK got their little cloaks from, right? The inspiration. And it's so funny that even then they didn't consider the Spanish whites. But now you're kind of seeing some of that. The only difference is that most Americans still cannot understand that majority of Latin America is mixed. They're trying to find like purity in a place that you guys have already developed entire nations and cultures from mixed heritages. It feels like we're just not there yet. And it feels like crazy work. I kind of felt like we were. But then I also kind of, needed to go outside of my own bubble.
Ooh. Hold on. You mean, for example, wait a minute, this man right here, this white nationalist over here, the Spaniard here.
And he's very handsome too. Like, when people travel, they usually say like Italy. You notice even France isn't getting that much attention. Like Paris is actually kind of like not the most attractive place anymore. But Spain, I do hear a lot about. Portugal, I hear a lot about. You never hear about women going to like all the way up there in Norway or something. Greece is also a popular one.
Well, the thing is right here, right? And this is something that's funny, right? So if they see this guy, and he said he's from Spain, and a white American who's like trying to be pro-white and a white nationalist, I think he'll freak out.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's going to happen is that he'll freak out and he'll start
It's
saying,
even, you know, I've talked to you about like my crush, right? From the Who Killed Sarah show. So good. And see, they can't compute. They don't understand. They don't understand any of that. I wouldn't know how else to explain it to them. Like, I think they're purposefully doing that so that way all of the weird instantly guys can still have some kind of access to the girls' beer, because that's really the only thing I can think of. Like, they're so gatekeeping and weird and just ugly.
they're gonna be like Sydney Sweeney. She's like dealing like a little like telescope or a little microscope. Well, no, what was she doing? She at the Ecuador game scouting. It's like, well, did I know? Well, who's that guy? No, Sabrina Carpenter. That was the girl, Sabrina Carpenter. She was at the Ecuador game scouting, looking around. That was funny. And like, yo, like, what is she doing over there? That was funny. I wrote in the comments saying, she's looking for dick, bro. It's like she's actually open about it. Like, she's like, I don't care about these guys here. I'm going where I want.
Yeah. Oh, her. Yeah. You know what? Jesse just brought up a good one. Alexis Earl. She has been on it. If there's fire, she's like a pyro. We were just talking about her because I'm seeing her pop up everywhere now, and in like those not in the games recently, but I've seen her all of it since the Bad Bunny stuff. If you remember that, and I'm kind of seeing her pop up in places that aren't really like the most pro-white places, if you know what I mean. Interesting.
Wait a minute, where is she? Alexis Earl, what is she doing over there? Where is she? Is she at the World Cup games? No, I think so, right? I mean, yeah. Oh shit, she is.
Yeah, so she did. And she was into like the F1 stuff too for a little bit. And I'm like, what are you doing everywhere with all of these other? Yeah, I mean, it's been there since the Super Bowl, and I'm kind of like, oh yeah, what is she doing there? She was at the F1 stuff. I think in Miami, mostly. And there's been since they had the FIFA stuff, they were gonna do like a soccer TikTok campaign with her or something like that. So probably for USA, most likely. But yeah, I've seen her pop up here and there.
You know what's so funny about this? Here's the funny thing about those women is that everything's by trend, right? And the funny thing is that
yeah,
and that was the part for me that I started to realize this. And what did my friend Maya told me? I said, yo, like he says like, yo, these are the bad, they act like a bunch of bad bitches over here. And then she starts saying, no, Cam, no, you guys act like the bad bitches of the world. You guys. I said, really? I said, no. I was like, no, you guys are. All those dudes, they act like a bunch of bad bitches. I said, but because the thing is, I feel like, the thing is, I know when these guys see these men, it's like, yo, like, you guys are white, you're from these countries in South America, you got a certain edge to you because, remember, these countries are still aggressively violent and has crime and everything like that. So these guys, you gotta bring that extra exterior because like in the United States,
there's a reality to it.
Like, you gotta be tough to act to present as masculine, so girls will find you attractive. Whereas over there, you gotta be masculine because if you don't do that, you're gonna get robbed and beaten up at this corner, or else you're just gonna, they're just gonna kill you. So you have that danger everywhere. So that exterior, like, is there. Like, so I'm assuming when these guys like look at that, you can tell there's a certain edge to them that you it's hard to describe, but they got an edge. Like, they got a certain edge to them that here does not exist.
Yeah.
And women could pick that up right away. That, yo, you got something. I don't know what it is, but you got some streaking, you got some, tough guy thingy, which is naturally placed because remember where these guys come from. A lot of these guys come from the neighborhoods, the countryside, this stuff. There's turmoil. So they're seeing all this shit. So, them coming to the United States or them saying, oh, okay, just go to work at McDonald's. But they don't, but that's the thing, like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The men here are very cuddled. And we all know this. And the thing about it was a lot of white men said, well, at least we got Black Americans to go to act like they're cool. Because remember, they'll go to Black Americans to be what's cool is. But their cool factor is gone. Black American male's cool factor is completely gone. It's over for them. Like, you can clearly see it. Like, it's over. Like, the way the hip hop, the rap, like, no one cares about this shit no more. It's
because there's with them, what I'm noticing with Black people is that there's probably like problems that are starting to finally like outweigh all of that other like stuff that made them cool that they're gonna have to address sooner or later, and then maybe in the future start all over again. But I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is that they're realizing that their cool factor is completely gone, and white Americans used to rely on them to say, hey, what's cool, what's trending,
Yeah.
and they see this, and black Americans don't understand what football, soccer even is, or what's this music. I don't like black American guys were like, oh, this just music here, shit. It ain't cool until we prove it's cool. Like those days are over. Like that's been over for a long time, but it's officially over. This is what's cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of black Americans, like especially like guys my generation, our generation, even the Gen Z ones, that's why I Show Speed is trying to make content soccer. Because he knows that that's a global sport, it'll get more views and stuff like that. And that's what he's doing. And the funny thing is that not just that, but you don't, like I said from my other stream, you don't think that 15-year-old, a 13-year-old kid who is like watching all the attractive girls standing up and jumping, you don't think those kids are not looking at that and have eyes? And you're a girl too. Women want to be around other pretty people too. You don't think they look at the New York Knicks? Oh, look at the parade and how it was so ghetto. The men are out of shape and obesely fat. The women look draggy, looking hideous. And then you look at the Brazilian game where you see the attractive people and just going
twerking.
Huh?
Like this fat girl that was like twerking her life out during the Nick stuff, and it was just so. Oh, so good.
That's true. Lauren, like that New York Knicks parade was so ghetto and embarrassing. It was such nasty girls, and all the girls that were there, they were not attractive. And then you compare that to the Brazilian game. That's why all those influencers, they switch to the Brazilian game. They're like, I don't want to be around these guys. And I'm sorry about the New York Knicks dudes, but it's like, you guys are ugly. I don't mean like that, but like Jalen Brunson, he's not a good-looking dude. And the supposed Dominican dude, Carl Anthony, he's not really Dominican. He can't speak a little Spanish. And it's like, and then Lauren, here comes your TV set. Hey, this is the Brazil versus Haiti game is on. You look at the Brazilian national team, Lauren, like you saw those guys, how they look like. You're like, whoa. Like that's them. I say, yeah. And then you look at the Knicks team. You look at them like, okay, now I know why these girls that look good are over there. And you're like, I want to be cool. I gotta look like I want to go over there and be with them, the attractive people. You want to be in the ghetto dumps? Go to the New York Knicks. Right. I don't want to be mean. I'm not saying.
And that's why I've talked about like and I've told you this before, like the wiggers, it's just so unattractive. I don't know if they realize that's just kind of a turn off. Because I can guarantee that even Black American women, if they wanted with somebody, they probably want him to not be that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's so unattractive.
You know what's so sad about this is that like when you saw even like because they brand as the NBA Finals, it's just what's cool. And then you look at those girls or influencers that go to the front court. You know deep down inside they don't want to be there. They just want to be seen. That's it. But when the Brazilian game was like all the influencer women, and not just the ones from the United States, but like from different countries, they're over there to watch that game. And then I just sat there. I was like, oh wow. I was like, and And the crazy thing about this is that black men were angry about that. I several videos from black dudes. They're like upset about that, saying that how come they allowed the Brazilian national team play was a parade for New York Knicks, and because they can tell that the hot girls didn't want to be in the parade. And my response is, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Have you looked at the dudes over there? They're not attractive looking. They're sloppy. They're not. I'm sorry, Laura. I don't really mean anything, but I can't speak. But yo, there's a lot of black dudes there. They're out of shape. They're ugly. They look ratchet. They got white beater on with their ass sticking out like a gay man. And you're looking at that. You're like, well, what? Why would I look at that? And then Lauren is focused on the ass of Brazilian men. That you're in shape. That's that. I know you're a woman. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what girls are checking out. I'm like, look at you and look at the Brazilian men. And Laura, you saw. I don't know if you saw the NBA finals. I don't know if you watched the games, but the New York Knicks guys, like you're looking at them like, yo, you're not. Yo, that face is not that pretty. It's like,
And you can tell that these guys are all they're not proud in their women. They're constantly seeking This is what's like drives me up the wall, that they're constantly seeking validation from other groups, and especially other groups of women. But then they go and say, "Oh, but it's these women that want us." And then where's all this talk about men leading? Do you just not lead with like date? I don't understand. They're just weird.
You know what the problem is right now with those guys is because they're realizing now that like their cool factor is not good anymore. That's why like ESPN doesn't want to cover the World Cup because it just looks bad. Fox Sports, they're trying to cover it, but they know it's embarrassing. Why do you think you got people say I would rather watch Telemundo feed? Because there's two things going on over there. Like the people that are better looking, and number two, like they know what they're talking about. And the sad thing about this is that like when you look at I don't want to be mean about these ESPN, but yo man, the black guys that go on those programs, they're ugly as shit. They're ugly. They look horrible.
I think they think that them being like, for example, just tall is like more than enough, and it's really not. Yeah, we're just. I don't know. You know what it feels like? It feels like we're kind of like. Maybe we were always like this to you guys, okay? But it feels like really, really dry now.
That's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. There's a decline because that's why like they're like, for example, the NFL's they're saying that they're panicking. I forgot, there was a lady on social media and she was talking about, I don't understand like how come people don't want to promote the game here. Like why is that? How come the American media doesn't want to promote, like they really don't want to promote the sport? Like why is that? How come like everyone seems to be standoffish, soccer's stupid, it's dumb? And I wrote there, I said it's because they know that if they promote this sport, the image of American men dies. Because for almost a century right now, they promoted masculinity, attractiveness, sex appeal with, sports, Hollywood, right? Yeah. So they'll promote the baseball players, hockey, basketball, NFL, where you see these guys, and they'll tell women here, these are the most attractive men we offer. This is like the epiphany of what is attractiveness, and And women for decades, they've been sucking it up. Like, okay, well, he's attractive because he plays baseball and that's cool. I like softball. You know, I'm an American girl from Kansas, or I watch college football, or I watch NFL, or you know, I play black. Like, oh, I watch the NBA, so he's gotta be attractive. And you see all this stuff, right? And then here comes a sport which blows them out of the door. And these men, they know this. That's the thing. That's what I tell you, Lauren. These men, for a long time, they know these things existed. They don't want to tell people, and they're looking at them like, "What the?" And then they're all like, "This is the product." And then the sad thing about this is that these men, they've been selfish. They've been going around saying, "I'm above women. I'm more attractive than you." Oh, another girl. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, you will never see a Brazilian man say, "I'm above a woman," physically wise. That's not going to happen. You know, they're not going to say that shit. But for them to sit there and like, you know, that's why I've been banging on the drum for years and say, "Hey guys, why don't you show the men from these places then? Show the men. You keep showing the women. Show the men, the women. Show the women here, the men from these other countries. Show them this, and watch how the reaction. And look at the reaction. They're all running scared. Come on, lady. They're telling you, Lauren. Come on, Lauren. Back to NFL. Come on, Lauren. Let's go back watching NBA. You know, you're a white girl. You want black cock. Come on now. Come on. Enough of stupid soccer shit. Come on. Back to you.
Yeah.
Back to you, lusty BBC, or back to you wanting to get Brad from Kansas. Come on now. Come on, Lauren. Let's get back in there. Where are you going, Lauren? Spain. Where are you going? And they're like, you ever see you ever seen these guys? Because I've talked to someone. You know this. There was a story out, right, of a Lebanese couple, and the Lebanese girl went to watch the Brazilian game. Did you know her boyfriend slapped her in the face?
Oh no!
You know his response was,
"Oh my gosh! Seriously? What?"
You want to know why? Because he was saying that, "Oh, I don't want you over there to look at those men over there." And then I said, he said, "Those men." We all know what he means. Those Brazilian men, they're being the stands.
Yeah.
He doesn't want her to see that. So he's gonna.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you will see stories like this. Yes. You see the videos of yeah.
I was gonna say, just full disclosure, because we saw some of the match. We didn't see the whole thing, right? And this was at Jesse's house, and his brother and his sister were over. His brother's married. And he kind of caught a glimpse. His brother is really cool, by the way, but he caught a glimpse of like his wife kept looking at the TV a little too long. He's like, "Okay, that's enough soccer."
All right, that's enough. Back to baseball.
You know,
come on. Oh,
we're not blind. Yeah, we're not blind, and they're not blind. They know better. No, he didn't slap her. We're just joking. It's all in good fun, but that's scary what that Lebanese guy did. I would be terrified. Oh my gosh.
I heard there's women that I've talked to, you know, they've been told, dude, what was it? There was a black dude. He was really angry with this black girl going to a fan fest full of Argentinian men. And then he said, "Oh, she's a bedouin, she's a whore." And like, now mind you, she's a like a black female model influencer in shape and everything. And then they're all like, she's a white, she follow white supremacy, and they're like making fun of her. and everything like that. And then she saw the guys that she was talking to, and that's when they got livid. Like, oh, you see, this is what they really want. That's what they really want. You see, black man, look at this shit. You see, she ain't doing this shit for us, but look at her. She's gonna go over there to talk to some 5'8" man over there. It's like with some small shit with that. Yo, they were going at this. This dude is
oh my gosh.
How the fuck you this bitch with that ad like that? How in the hell she's trying to talk to that 5-foot midget over there? It's like, what the hell's going on? Like, because you know the narrative, like they want, what was it, black chick? Like, they want a tall, handsome black man with a big ass dick, and then they saw the dude's height. They were freaking out. This dude got that girl, and he said, and he's short, and he's probably broke. It's like, and they're saying how, like,
yeah, I've seen I've seen black men be incredibly cruel to Black American women. And they're even more nasty when the guy's Hispanic or something, I've noticed. But I mean, they're just as nasty, honestly, if the guy's white. And then like they'll make fun of them if stuff happens. Like nobody is real, like nobody. They're just not minding their own business. You know what I mean? And it's like, what do you want them to do? To not be with anybody? And then, and at the same time, they go and talk shit. Like, what do you want? That's something that I always like. It drives me up the wall. I've told you this like several times. These guys will actively promote the password bros, promote bettering the like whatever, traveling, and then they'll come back home to their women and then demand that they would still worship them. That's not gonna happen, dude.
Well, especially not right now. And then you saw the videos, right, of like black girls like talking about like, yo, go to this FIFA Fan Fest. There's so many guys here. Well,
yeah.
Hey, this is what I'm talking about.
I've seen so many things go viral from them, and it's so funny. I'm sorry, this is so funny because see how like they're not blind. They're absolutely gonna go and do what they want to do. And these guys are crazy. They're like, just fighting about it.
Whores.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. And at the Brazilian Fest, because they're at the Philadelphia. I'm nearby DC, so I went to the one in Philadelphia and New York. Listen, man. This is why I actually want to go to these things. There was, a lot of black women there. They're not black Brazilian, but they're like, and those girls had their butts out. Because when you go to these places, you actually have to present yourself at least somewhat decent in their minds, because it's an event for these people. I can, but the funny thing was,
right,
there were tons of black chicks, not black Brazilian, black American women, black girls they were over there, and they were actually like in shape. Like literally, they were in shape, and I can tell you, right? There was a girl. There was one part at one side, and came out like at least 6 different girls coming out. I also saw a lot of white chicks that looked like they went to CrossFits.
Yeah,
they were there too.
But it's something that I think black women just need to like be more like, because white girls are very sneaky. Okay, I can say that. So they need to just kind of like be a little bit more quiet when it comes to some of that stuff, because the guys get very nasty. Seriously, they get very brutal.
What do you mean sneaky?
Yeah, I don't see, like, for example, you'll see white women at like those places, right? But then I don't hear nearly as much, like even on TikTok or whatever, talking about going there. There are, but there's not masses of them.
If
they're secretly going.
So, listen, listen.
Yeah.
There's a lot, like secretly. That's the thing they don't want to talk about. Secretly, a lot of white chicks are in these places. White men, they kind of are aware of it, but they're kind of pissed off. So shaming them like as whores, which is weird to me, because when Mexicans are kissing around all these random dudes in Mexico, like, you know, they don't call them whores. But the thing is that like for the most part, like they
Hey, I saw that. There was a lot of fun stuff going on in Mexico.
Yeah,
but
that
you know
was
what? They were. The guys weren't saying anything though. No, the guys weren't saying anything mean about the Mexican girls. I didn't see a single, like, if it was a negative comment, everybody would go and like get him out of there or something. Like even other guys.
But you know the thing
but
is,
there was a lot of girls going and doing like they were like, where were they from? Oh my gosh. Like Russian girls going over there too with the guy doing the same thing with the guys, and there was a lot of other women doing the same thing with the guys that they didn't want that promoted.
Scottish girls over there, women from Germany. It was a lot because the World Cup thing. So like they're there, like okay,
the German girls were like tackling Mexican guy.
Yeah, it's like that's crazy. And now and like so like they were like the thing is usually in World Cups, like the idea is there's a lot of men they're gonna, because most of the sports fans are gonna be men, so there'll be a bunch of men coming to a country. So usually what happens is when you go there, like for example Russia, when Russia hosted the World Cup, the one of the representatives of parliament for Russia was telling the women, hey, listen, when they come here, don't act a fool. Like, stay with these guys. Don't be making out. And when the guys showed up, what do you think the Russian girls were doing? They were like fucking around like crazy. They were like literally like any guy that was foreign that was like for the World Cup back in 2018, they were like sleeping around with them. Like the stories I heard from my friend, he was there in Russia 2018 because he was from he's Colombian. The other guy was from Argentina. He was over there with his other dude was Mexican, and he was telling me these stories about these like just out of like we go to a fan fest, like they'll go to like a restaurant. It'll be a bunch of Russian like everywhere, and they'll talk to guys, and that was the whole thing, to talk to women to get their number, or hey, it's long distance, or hey, we're not gonna meet each other again. Like, let's just like talk for a week, hang out, and just go back to my place for a whole week, and like that's how the story will go like that. And there were a lot of hookups. It was to the point where it was to the point where Russian TV was getting really upset about it. It was so bad that Russian porn stars would be on the program over there saying, "Stop shaming these women as being hoes," because it's like, so what they like. For example, she would say, "There's way more women than men here. Like, what do you want us to do?" Like, because the majority of the large fan, there are a lot of Brazilians, Argentinians, Colombians. So these girls, like they're like guys from like Middle East, Europe. So, but when you're over there, like you're going to see with the women in these areas. So when the guys were saying, "Oh, the World Cup is coming, we're gonna see a lot of bitches over here," that's why I told them, no, reverse. See a lot of guys coming over here. It's actually for the women, not for you guys.
Yeah.
That's the thing they don't understand.
Exactly. And
they don't understand because I saw
I was hearing a lot of the guys, the Europeans are very excited to see the locals.
That's the thing. That's the whole point. So,
and this is from both men and women. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they don't want to say it publicly, but yeah, these girls are fucking around the guys from the other teams. Like it's just that's just good. They're not going to say it publicly, like obviously because they're girls. But the thing is, that's what's good. That's what's happening.
Right.
Like right now in Argentina, I already know for a fact there's a bunch of black chicks with those dudes. It's like, come on, you're there. You got an accent, and you see a black chick, and you know they want to fuck these dudes. That's why they don't understand. And these guys don't understand. That's why they're there. That's why all these girls they're dressing up. They're there for whom? Brazilian men. They're not there to see black dudes wearing Brazilian jerseys that's from the United States. You know what I mean? Listen, it was so sad. There were white American guys over there with Brazilian jerseys on. I could tell right away. Those dudes were being ignored. They're being ignored. They literally, those girls dressed up to talk to Brazilian men. Literally. Because, Lord, you know how many Brazilian were over there? Roughly around, 45,000 of them? 45,000 were there. It was a lot.
Oh my goodness.
So you're a girl, you're like, you have to think in your mind like, oh my God, I gotta go over there. Like it's like a sausage fest for these women. That's true though. Like the Kansas City.
Yeah,
like
Mexico did look like. Yeah.
What was it? Kansas City,
Looked
right?
like a lot of fun.
Like Kansas City, for example.
Yeah.
Even they were saying, a radio person was saying this, that girls from Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, as far even ones from like Minnesota, drove down just to be part of the festivities for the World Cup to watch the games and everything. But the thing was, they'll say I'm here to watch the World Cup. It's like it's fun, whatever. But let's be for real. When you go to these places, it's a big hookup spot. So these girls are like, there's over 50 Argentinian guys everywhere. I'm gonna get one of these dudes. By the way, Lauren, if you really think about it, these girls might never see these guys their whole life. This is their only shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that this is the first time because thanks to social media, where now like a lot of people are on it. You're like, wow, what's going on? Who are these people? Where are they from? What are they like? Now it's curiosity. This is probably the first time I've ever seen so much attention. And I mean, social media has been around even with other FIFA games, but this is the first time I'm seeing it be like in your face and you can't deny it. It's just a weird mixture where it's also facing like they're just quiet about it here. I don't know why. They're just weird.
Oh yeah, they're quiet
because it's undeniably in your face. It's undeniably like attractive.
So like for example, like they didn't know it, but I knew this. You know, on Facebook, you know the Alabama sorority girls. They had like
the Bamas, the Bama sororities.
All those sorority chicks. When they found out Archie's gonna play in Auburn University, they literally told like everyone, let's go see the games. Everyone, let's go. And the thing was like they were in the parking lot. Like, they were saying like meet me at the parking lot. There's a bunch of girls there. I know what they were doing. It was clear as day because they know that before they're there like hours before the game, it'd be a bunch of Argentinian guys just walking around. Yeah. They know this. They're not dumb. They know they're there. And like that's why
if you've ever heard of like they have the Bama rush every time they like recruit all these other new girls and everything, and it gets crazy like that. They were. I know that I heard that they were trying to get these like this Latino guy.
This is and if you're a Bama chick. And you're like, hey, you know, a bunch of Argentinians are going to show up over here. It's like, oh my, Alabama. They're like, oh my God, this is my only shot. And you know, the thing is that you know who's upset about that? The white guys from Alabama.
Ooh.
That they were.
My gosh.
They were upset because they're calling them whores, which is weird to me because I'm thinking, wait a minute, these are sorority chicks. I mean, we already know they're hoes. Like, you know, come on now. You know, they're not there. You know, they're there to look pretty sleep with the teacher. Like we all know this. So like
the Bamas are notorious.
Yeah, they're hoes. Like we all know this. We've been to college. We see how these girls behave. So they fuck around the football program. They fuck around on all the basketball, lacrosse, any sports. So you had no problem screwing around with the men in the campus. Okay, you had no problem with that. But as soon as that team showed up and they saw those women literally sat there, we gotta go over there to Auburn University to talk to those men in that parking lot. That's when they got mad. And they started saying, what is this? This is ridiculous. You know also got pissed off black guys too. I'm telling you, these kids, these young,
oh my gosh, they monitor us like they're like those, what do they call them? The monitor spirits. Like every white women go, especially like that in like groves, black people follow. I can guarantee that if you've ever seen like the Bama Rush documentary they did, there was like one black guy even in there, and I'm like, what do you have to do with this?
Yeah. You know the thing is that what's funny about that part, right, is that they did like they're used to like they like the fact that sorry. So basically, like a lot of the guys, like in NFL football and all that stuff, they like to glorify like, yeah, I'm a black man. I got I played for the Alabama football team and all that stuff, right? And of course, white dudes are like, yeah, it's just college and whatever. They see this going on, and then they're like, yeah, screw this shit. I'm going to go over there. And they're like, wait a minute, what's going on? What? The fact that they actually drove over there, which is like another 2 hours or something like that, just to see a bunch of random dudes, and then they don't understand. These are Argentinian men in Alabama. Where are you going to see that? Where are you going to see that?
Never. How white is that? That's like 70% white, I think, state or close.
Yeah.
It's like the only other majority, like the other minority group there, that's like the biggest is just black people. There's not really that many Hispanics there at all.
Yeah,
it's just mostly white.
And that was the part that got to me. I was like, no, I wasn't there. My friend was there because he's an Argentinian fan. He's from Argentina. He travels. Now, he was telling me on the phone, I said, yo, bro, like, I said, you should keep me like, why? Like, I don't want to fuck no young girl. I'm 38 years old. And he told me, no, bro, you don't understand us. There's a lot of like white shit. Like, well, I thought Argentina, like, no. There's a lot of white girls here. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're like, it's a lot of them. I said, and then like he was telling me like basically like the Argentinian guys, they're like in their like mid late 20s, even 30s. They were talking to these white women. Now the crazy part about this, it was not just only the sorority chicks, it was the women in their mid 20s, in their 30s. There was more women than men. And that's what that's the thing these guys don't want to hear, is that during these events, the ratio of women are actually pretty high, which is why like that's why, because the thing is that they don't understand like the whole gimmick is it's a football match, you never see it before, and it's a bunch of Argentinian dudes in this big space. Roughly around like 15,000 of them, like fans on this one section. I know it was way more, but they were like doing drums, they were singing, they were doing La Paella Argentina, they were doing all this stuff. They're drinking Quilmes, the Argentinian beer. They're seeing all this shit, and that's when she was telling me that the white chicks will come in. And the guy, they actually start talking to the men. And then the men are like, here's a beer. What is this? It's Quilmes from Argentina. And then they're like, oh my God. Like, they started drinking, started dancing and all that stuff. And that's my whole point. They want to see this. They want to see all that stuff. They want the whole experience. And these men, the guys now, they were upset about this. But I told them, like, what do you want them to do? I mean, they've been fucking and sucking black and white cock all their lives. Like, you know, like Lauren, it's like it's like where you live. Could you imagine 80,000 Brazilian men show up in Orange County, like, boom, right here?
It would get crazy. It was already yeah. It would get really crazy.
Even gay MAGA men would be angry. Stop that! Stop that nonsense! It's like, stop that! Like, get away from that man. that's how bad.
Yeah, but for all the wrong reasons, we're like, no, women, me first.
But that's the whole point.
That would be their issue. We're like, nope, me first, ladies first, gay MAGA men to the front. I swear to God, these guys are. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that I don't know why they didn't have more games. There were some games with SoFi. I mean, honestly, but like they should have some games from Argentina that was playing in LA, but they didn't do it. But I know for a fact that in Atlanta, they were saying that, like, from what I've seen so far from my friend is, because the game's on Wednesday, Argentina versus England. They were saying that the security for that game is very, very, very high. They brought in like the military guys to come in to do security because it's a rivalry game. And
gosh. Yeah.
And then like already like what he said to me, he said that there's a bunch of like the traffic is insane. I said, what's going on? I said, yo, just getting into Atlanta, the belt, it's all packed up. Like it's like it goes far away. And then the funny thing, you see all these like women from the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee with the cowboy boots over there. And then it's, Atlanta's like a lot of blacks there or outside of there. The funny and now I wrote a comment from this black dude. I said, well, this is man, there's a lot of hot girls over here. And then my response is, yeah, but they're not there to see you. Oh, I said, those are not there to see you. They're there to see the FIFA game to try to get with those men over there, not you. And he got really pissed off. Oh, man, I said, bro, nope. They're looking for those men. And then I said, who? I told him.
Yeah, they keep saying about the most desired, and it's like nobody has ever. I keep hearing that about them being the most desired, but that's only ever really propped up by them. I've never heard any like if there's any type of like coronation or like no, I would disagree. I'm sorry.
A lot of black guys they invent that in their
most desired. I just don't see that. I don't.
You know who does not say that? Hispanic guy.
They're kind of weird about it. Yeah, no, I've never heard about it. I've even heard white dudes say stupid shit like that, but it's not in mass, thankfully. We already have enough of those, like the passport poly idiot. Oh my gosh. That's true. I've never heard Hispanic men. If you were to ask him that, like, well, would Hispanic men have said that? And they will struggle. I can't name one. Not a single one. Not off the top of my head.
That's the thing for me was that like like the way I see it with them is like when I heard the black guy say that, I'm on several like common friends, right? And they're talking about, yo, a lot of hot girls. I said they're not looking for you, buddy. They're not looking for you. And they get mad when I say it. And that's the thing. He starts saying, but these guys. It's
crazy he would even take offense to that. Like, why?
Because I don't know if you notice a lot of black American men, they're more angry at Hispanic people or men than white men. This is because.
They're weird.
See, so how it is. they feel like white men are scared of them, and that they can do that factor that I'm the black man. I can scare you. I can use my if you try to go at me, I can say that it's racism, and then make you look bad and all that stuff, right? Hispanic guys don't really follow that shit. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I do know. I do. Yeah.
When we interact with Black American guys,
and the thing is, I would argue. So what I would say to that, what I would argue is that if they're gonna, and I'm glad it's kind of happening, where it's kind of like, oh, the racism like against Black people and this, all of that, because sometimes it was exaggerated and way out of hand, and to attack somebody's character who may not even be racist like that, only because you disagreed with them or didn't like what they told you, that's also stupid. But they were abusing that, and I think with white men, I would much rather them just walk away from it, or just not, like, just ignore them completely, because they're so ridiculous about it. But I do notice that with Hispanics, no, they're not going to have that same kind of. It's kind of. I think they know that if you're probably the one group that if they are going to say something about, it's going to be met with some kind of a response.
Well,
I don't really see that with white people in general. Like, we try to just just move on.
Because you know why? Because basically what happens is this: a lot of them still hold on to that slave guilt thing, and they use that against them and all that stuff. So what they're doing with Hispanic people, like, oh, there's racism in Latin America and they're anti-black and all that stuff. The thing about with like Argentine people, they're like, I don't give a fuck what you fucking think. And then that's like, did you hear what he called me? And then it's like they're not used to that response back, because the idea is we're supposed to be scared of them because hip hop and rap and movies that glorify the hood, we're supposed to be scared. That's what happened to white Americans. They got scared of Black men because that's the image they have, right? Well, here's the thing with us. We come from countries where
this is gonna sound.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say this is gonna sound a little bit fucked up, but the fact that they even took Hollywood as like the gospel or music, whatever, the pop stuff, to think that alone would make you like complete equals, that's also ridiculous. That's just a ridiculous mindset. Like, yeah, well, I mean, they were like, to think, and this is coming from like, I've seen the way some people react in the comments, what they say on YouTube videos, whatever. I really think that they thought that they were in the exact same league as white men. And now it's kind of like you're realizing that they're not, and it's like a facade, and there's still a lot of work to be done. I can say the same for white people.
I think even that more further than that, I feel like what happened was, I feel like when I say, for example, about white Americans, when Black Americans, they say, oh, look, the ideal image is the white man in America. And then when you criticize, when I talk like, no, the white guys in this country are ugly, just like you guys, just to see the reaction, they will always get really upset. And that's when I started to tell them, I said, listen, I said, both of you guys are having like a massive hit right now, because the thing is, what's happening right now, things are changing. And I've been saying this for like the last couple of years, but especially this past year, your Hollywood is dying, is kind of like slowly going away, because now, due to global streaming around the world, there are endless movies, films, series, whatever you think of, all around the world with different types of actors and people and all that stuff. As an example, shows, whatever, etc., etc. You have music that's gone super global, where just go on, just get your Android or iPhone and pick songs from whatever country you want around the world on the palm of your hand. if you subscribe for like 11 or 12 bucks a month, right? Then you have Black Americans. Then you have Americans here who are on social media, and like it's mostly women that use social, like IG and all that stuff, right? So they're looking at this stuff. So what's happening now is that their image is taking a drastic hit. It's gone so bad that Matt Damon was on Telemundo trying to, and Ben Affleck say, I can speak Spanish. I can speak Spanish. Me encanta cultura latina. like they're saying that stuff. And that was kind of like, that's kind of embarrassing, because you don't see.
Well, his wife is Argentine, isn't she? Matt Damon's wife is Argentinian, right?
No, she's I think she's Brazilian.
And then Ben Affleck is. Okay, that's right. And then Ben Affleck is notorious for he has a thing for Latinas. I can see that.
Yeah, so what's happening is that their image is really, really bad right now. And anytime I get a hold of Black and white dudes about this, like, your image is really bad right now, it doesn't even look good, they get really upset, because I tell them all the time, I said, listen, look at these white dudes, they're old heads that they're trying to denounce soccer as trash. These are Black white men that they know that if they don't promote themselves in sports, they know their female fan base, their female base in their community will stop looking at them and go to these other groups of men. They know this. So what they do is like, okay, well, at least if you're gonna do that, go with Black men. And then Black men in their image is like, okay, we get the chicks because we're tall, handsome, and dark, and that we're Black, and that we're cool, we're edgy, we're hood, we got street cred, we got swag, we got all this stuff. We know what's popping and all that stuff. But what's popping is rap music, right? No. Actually, now we found out that most rap music are full of homosexual faggots that hate themselves and that they're racist. And on top of that, Diddy does not help your case that you guys are gay. Like, I'm sorry, but we're finding out that almost every rapper is a gay dude. Like, how are you gonna sell a record when the dude's gay? I'm sorry, like, unless he's openly a gay singer and everyone likes like Ricky Martin, we can pass that. But the reality of it, your image was to be hood, gangster, and thug. How are you hooding gangster and thug, but you're being a transgender? Like, how can you appeal to that 19-year-old or 18-year-old girl who you're trying to be hood? But we all know it's fake now, because these girls now are looking like, yo, this is all fake. It's just all fake. And then you look at the basketball thing, it's like, okay, it's just kind of like whatever, like, and then like we said before, baseball. The thing is, okay, I like that's why white girls will go to baseball. Oh, I like it. It's okay, it's cool, but it's like, yo, it's too fucking long, man. It's hot outside, like it's way too long. I don't know what's going on. Then because remember, a lot of white women follow their men, and that's normal. A lot of black women follow their men, so they're taught to watch college football, watch NFL. They're taught all watch baseball. All that white stuff that Becky likes with Brad and Keisha likes with Tyrone. But what they do not promote on either side is soccer, aka real football. They don't like that stuff because those are sports that they cannot say we are on that. No, they cannot do that. That's why they demonize that sport. So when it's here, and you look at the guys as if you're a black dude, they see this girl like, yo, like that guy is really hot. I'm looking like, yo, my boyfriend's ugly as shit. What the fuck am I doing with this guy? That's the scary part. That's like a guy's worst nightmare. Where she goes walk around. Like, could you imagine if you're you're a typical white girl from Southern California, and you're with like typical middle upper class white dude from the OC, and he's like being whatever. Could you imagine that girl just going to Brazil versus Argentina matchup? You see all these types of men walking around, and you're like, oh my god, I'm fucking a dud. This guy, he's ugly. He's not that cool. And this is something I keep saying. As much as people don't want to say that, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. And that's why, and something who knew this, all those master dudes, all of that shit, I knew all along that they're copying those styles from other countries. Even like all those suits and tie things. I'm like, bro, you got that from Italy. You got that from Spain. Come on, I know what you're doing. The slick hair bag. Come on. Like, oh no. And of course, girls like, oh wow, he's really successful and handsome. But what happened was, like I said before, when you see these guys in other places, you start to realize, hey, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute. I don't have to fight for a man. And the thing is that I'm not saying these guys are wealthy, whatever crap, but what I am telling people is that when for example, when the Scottish guys were there, right, in Boston, the I don't know if you saw the clip of what the Scottish guy said. He said, listen, it's not about your money. It's your fucking behavior. You act like immature brats. You can't handle your drink. You act immature.
Yeah, I think you took it down. I caught some of it.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy about this? He was making a good point, and he actually said that, hey, listen, Scott got nothing was building guys in the world, but the thing is, a lot of those girls, they saw something, and they're like, hey, they're just gonna have fun, they're just enjoying themselves. And that's something. And the thing about it is that you don't think that American men. I knew when they were doing that stuff with the boss with the Scottish people. I knew deep down inside, those American men, they don't like those guys, even though they're descendants of them. They didn't like them. They didn't want those guys there.
Yeah.
They did not want those men over there. The same thing. It's it's kind of
that's what I was saying from the beginning.
What, the Scottish fans?
No, that's what I was saying from the beginning, where like when we were talking about the Argentina soccer player, like you can clearly tell he's white, and so it's like they would want them to promote white Americans maybe, but at the same time, he's like gatekeeping from him, and at the same time not like him. It's a very weird mindset.
Like you said before, Lauren, like what you said before, when, what was it, your friend, I forgot, the friend of, like you said, the wife, whatever, saw the game for a little bit more than usual, then he said, like, turn it off or something like that, or hey, let's go, like that kind of thing. Am I correct here? You said it too?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it was JC's brother and his brother's wife, and they were just at the and they would show the game a little bit. When was that? It was a few days ago when Mexico played, and it was only because I think Jesse typed it in the chat. His friend, one of his friends is Mexican. The guy that took that one DNA test, and it turned out to be mostly Greek. And so we were talking about that, and it was just Jesse's brother being silly. Like he wasn't serious, but at the same time, like, yeah, stop looking.
Oh, was it nighttime? Was it Czechia versus Mexico? A bunch of white dudes walking around.
No, I think. Oh yeah, yep. That's the one that's gonna be it.
Yeah, that's the Yeah, that's Czech Republic versus Mexico game. Yeah, that was the one. Like, I think it was 6 p.m. your time. Yeah. So she was watching that game. So let me go look at this. Yeah, it was Czech versus Mexico.
We had it on the TV only because of. Oh, was it? Oh yeah, Jesse. Jesse, it was that one because we were at your house and that's where his brother was there. Her sister was there. His brother's wife was there, and I mean, we could all see, you know.
What, the Czech guys or the Mexican players?
And he was just like, okay, that's enough. He's like, that's enough soccer. But he was just playing.
Well, so who you think you're checking out, the Czech guys or the Mexican guys, or both?
I mean, but you know what? Both of the teams are very attractive, Cam. Honestly, like I have yet to see anywhere you could say like, oh my gosh, you're so ugly. Like, no, not at all.
You know, I keep saying this all the time. You know, listen, man, like these guys don't believe me. I'm like, you know, listen, you know, you want to upgrade your sport, like you want, like, you know, like try to get good-looking dudes to play your sport. Then, like, girls will start to watch it. But they don't want to do that. They want to have ogres everywhere, and then they want to tell you that this guy's attractive. Like, and that's the thing that's always been weird to me. It's like the for example, like the NFL, right? How they promote like Tom Brady for the last 20 years. Like, look how handsome he is, and you know, maybe to some women he's a good looking guy. I don't know, but. What I notice with Americans, when they get a guy that's attractive, they always promote the fuck out of that dude, and they cannot find another guy in the next year. It's always the same guy. It's always the same dude. Like where's the other one?
Yeah, they hold on to the. You know, even in and we talk about this because even in politics, they look for like this one messiah who can look like them, but also be very, very, very attractive, and then like. To follow or be like, am I making sense? Like, we've talked about this guy that's doing a disservice to my last name, the Stephen Miller, the bald evil guy. Yeah. And I was telling Jesse that if he was like a super tall, handsome Dolph Lundgren lookalike, I'm telling you, white guys would love him. But because he's so ugly, nobody likes him. So
that's kind of.
But I'm serious. It's crazy, but I'm serious.
You know the funny thing why I even laugh.
Being serious.
Because and you know something, Jason Miller. This is the thing. How is that guy getting upset the wife looking at those dudes when the Czech dudes are also white? And by the way. There's also white Mexican football players. I know you saw them, right? You saw literally white dudes running around from Mexico as well. Like, I that's the part that these guys don't want to comprehend.
Yeah.
You know, that's the part that right there I just don't understand. So like that right there. To me, it's always been kind of suspect when it comes to these guys. It's like, so you don't want. So this is where you start to realize, like, yeah, you just other white guys too, from other countries. You just don't. You just don't. You see them as competition. That's why you feel like, okay, enough of this shit. Let me go. But you know something that tells you right there, if you're a woman, it's like, okay, but. For how long? Like maybe what, 2 decades so far, Lauren? How many for what? You're in your 30, 32, 31, what, 30 something, right? You know,
I'm 33.
Okay, 33. How long have they been promoting other women outside the country to white dudes here? How long? During your lifetime?
Yeah, for a long time.
Decades.
All my life, it's mostly American men that get promoted. American women, nowhere near as much. As much as like they want to say, oh, white women are like the standard around the world. No, we're not them. Mm-mm. That's not the case at all.
Well, why won't you treat them that way? That's the better. That's how about this. If they're number one, why not treat them as number one, Brad? That's the thing. So, God forbid a white woman sees the Czech national team. All right, Leigh. Okay, that's enough. Get out of here. It's like, get out of here. No, let's turn out that thing off. I don't want to see that shit. All right, back to worshiping white men here in America. It's like why? It's like back to worshiping white men in America.
Yeah, and we were just laughing. It's funny because we were just laughing and joking. Because I don't know if he leaves it in the chat or not. I missed some of your streams, I think, because I don't know if you post that often. So I've been wanting to catch you, but I don't know if he's told you Jesse's going to be going to Mexico with his family.
Yeah,
probably in September. Okay. And I might tag along now because everything looks so fun.
But you know what's so funny about that? Because when during the World Cup, like it's like because I watched it almost all my life, and I feel like this is like I know the World Cup '94 was different because there was a different generation. I think with this World Cup, with all the social media and all those influencer chicks, like, they're all young girls, like 21, 23, 25, and they're looking at those dudes like, oh my God, like, and these guys, they have to understand. Yeah, of course. These guys, they have to understand, like, this is your fault, though. Like, this is your fault. Like, you deprived them of so many things. And here you are, like, upset that, oh my God, how dare you stare at those men from Switzerland? It's like how dare you look at those men from Portugal and their hair? What do you think you're like? Come on, like, oh, do you talk to your mom?
Yeah, of course. She's aware. She's not too much into the soccer in general, but she's aware. We're all pretty much aware.
Oh, she'll show you the cute guys for her. Here, look at this guy. Look at this cute guy right there.
I'm gonna make her watch it now even more.
But that's the hey, listen. My sisters did the same thing when they were growing up. Like they'll look at the starting like lineup, or like they'll look at the national anthem. Like they zoom at the guys look like, oh, he's cute, he's not cute, he's cute, like that kind of thing. Yeah, it's yeah, that's my sister do that all the time. Like my sister's crush growing up. My older sister's like in her 40s right now. Her crush growing up was Rafa Marquez, David Beckham. This was the early 2000 David Beckham. Not right. Well, he still looks good right now, but early 2000 David Beckham.
Yeah, Beckham was really popular for a long time. Mm-hmm.
He had the long
I still remember
hair.
David Beckham. Yep.
He had the hair out and everything, and yeah, and
yeah, when he had the long hair, yeah.
David Beckham, Rafa Marquez when he was young. Who else did she said she found attractive back then? Kaká from Brazil. Go Google him. It's Kaka. That guy. Kaká. That was another one too. Yeah, you see him? You Google him? It's got
always very handsome too. Oh, they're around her age range, so that also makes it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, she was growing up. She was like,
he's very handsome.
Yeah, Rafa Marquez. If you type in RAFA, Marquez, like MARQUEZ Marquez. And like type in like 2005, whatever, 2006, you'll see how he looks like back then, like in the 2000s.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, he's very handsome. Wow.
Yeah.
He actually he looks like your kind of stereotypical like Latin lover.
Yeah.
Very handsome.
That was the thing. Like, so growing up, like that's what I tell you. My older sister, she had crushes on those type of guys. Like, obviously when for me, so like I said, this is normal for me. 'Cause I have sisters, so that guy's cute, like that kind of thing. That's normal. My sister, she's like, there's some cute guys in the World Cup right now. But that's normal. Like, that's why when these guys got upset, I'm like, but why are you upset though? What is your sister? Is your women lesbian or something? Like, let's see for real.
Yeah.
Like Cristiano Ronaldo, that was my sister's crush. Cristiano Ronaldo. Who was the one? Chicharito when he was at his prime. There was another one that I could think of. I forgot my sister who she found attracted. That was back then.
Here, you would think that like you would think Cristiano Ronaldo would be like more popular because I think he is in general.
Yeah.
But here they made like the biggest deal. They still do. I know, like David Beckham more than anyone else, honestly.
Because he's British, that's why. They put the fuck out of that dude because let's see, bro, he is like one of those actually decently attractive looking British guys. After the guy who plays
he's
Cal-
very attractive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deny it. He's actually a good looking guy. He's in shape. He's in like almost 50. He's actually like really look very healthy looking. He married this one of the Spice Girls, and he's just he's a smart guy. I mean, I never had a problem with David Beckham. But like again, but it's funny because Cristiano, he's from around the world. Like Ronaldo's big around the world. Like, oh my god, like dude, like you know how many women we like screaming when he takes a shirt off when he scores a goal. The dude's in shape. I deny like
yeah.
You see how he look like he's in shape like. I'm sorry. I wish I had a body like that. I'd rather have a body like that than an NFL or NBA body or even a baseball body. Because here in the U.S., it's all about being buff and being big, rather than just being in shape.
They're so weird. That honestly, I can see that being kind of gay too. Because like, there's no way that the universal symmetry for man, kind of like a Beckham, right? David Beckham looks like that's a million more times timeless and attractive than these giant build fucking bulldozers. Honestly,
if you watch the coverage of the World Cup, I know you haven't, but like for me, I watch. If you look at the German television, like the dudes, like the analysts, like they're the ex-footballers, they look like in shape, like they're not fat. Like, but when you look at those guys, like they still look healthy. The ones who are kind of chubby are like the ones who are like hitting 70 plus years old. Well, that makes sense because they're just getting old. You know what I mean? But when you go to ESPN or ESPN or NFL, like all these dudes get fat because obviously they stop. They're not longer athletes no more, and all their muscles turn to fat. Like seriously. That's why these way dudes like in the NBA, NFL analysts, or even baseball, they're always fat. Like I know, like you look at the mat. If you don't go type in football managers versus NFL head coaches. Like even guys who are around your mom's age. Like you could tell your mom, look at this, look at the football man. Look at how they dress. They wear a suit, tie, and everything. Look at this big fat ogre. Like this ogre. And I noticed that a lot of NFL, they're always like out of shape. They are looking like, how are you? If you're an athlete, why listen to a fat dude how to be in shape? like that's the thing. Like if I was an NFL coach, I'll be lifting weights every day. I will be like in training. I'll be doing everything. But the thing is that that's the problem with the U.S. They don't understand. Like number one, you guys promote that whole bigger don't. What was that thing like? Chicks dig the long ball, big or go home. Like they love anything big.
Go big or go home. Yeah.
They want.
Yeah, I think these guys sometimes have like the idea in their head that we like the Rock type of guys, and I don't think they realize that in it of itself is a trend, like a timeless beauty in men, kind of like David Beckham, that kind of figure, like not fat but not unhealthy, is kind of like, it's just timeless. There's just no way these guys are trying to be something that most women don't really care about like that, honestly.
Yeah, like the thing is, The Rock, you look at his, I think it's like his wife, ex-wife, whatever. She's an ex-bodybuilder. Like his look is a bodybuilder type. So you'd be expected to see a bodybuilder to marry like The Rock, because his look is just to look big, because that's the image they have. But the truth of the matter is that, you know, when you look at those, and like you look at the football players like in Europe and like the World Cup and everything, those dudes are like trained because you have to build endurance and technique. And here it's all about I'm big, I'm tall. They go smash this ball in this hoop, or I'm big and tall. Let me go run, let me go tackle you, and like that's what people are so trained here. Whereas over there, you can't do that.
They're so no, because it's just not. One, I'm gonna be honest, it's just not attractive. Like I think the fattest NFL football player was maybe like close to 450 pounds, and I'm like, how is that even possible? And like you can tell he struggled with running. I forget his name. It was this black guy, and yeah, I mean they do it for the sport and all, but it's just not attractive. Not like that.
Yeah, and you know the funny thing about
and he's young too. I think he's the fattest one. If you look him up, Damon Watson, he's young to be. He's too young and to be that much overweight. I know he's tall, but yeah, like that's just not it's just not attractive.
Damon Watson.
Yeah, or Desmond Watson. So I'm probably saying it wrong, but he's young. He looks older, and he's extremely fat. Like no.
He signed with the Buccaneers as an undrafted free agent. Like like he's just big.
Yeah, yeah, he's with the Buccaneers, and he is huge. And tell me that that's a 23. If he were to get rid of the weight, I know he's tall, but if the kid was to remove the weight, he would look a lot better. I know they say it was for sports and everything. I just don't see anything attractive with that, honestly.
Well, when you look at for example, safeties, right? I've been knowing this too. Safeties, like linebackers, they're all basically on steroids. Like, just steroids up like crazy.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, they're like, I think what's happening here in the United States is this is why I kind of tell people all the time, like, they'll say, oh, girls want big cocks, right? But the thing I was trying to tell people was like, yeah, but who's promoting that? That's men here. And that's why I told this girl, I said, no, you don't understand. The men are promoting big penises. That's because the men want that. I said, well, what do you mean? I said, these guys are gay. Like, that's the point you don't understand. Like the big muscles, everything big, like that's for men. I'm like, what
like big butts, big boobs, big
If you
lips,
tell,
very weird.
like for example, people don't. You know, how, like guys
Very
want girls
weird.
like for example, like how guys want girls with big asses as a find very attractive. If you tell a girl that, they'll say no.
Yeah.
In fact, what they'll say is that they won't date a dude that has a bigger butt than them. They won't want to date one because it looks awkward. And that's weird because a girl told me that. She actually said to me that I don't date dudes with bigger butts than me. And then I said, like, what are you trying to like what? I said, no, you don't understand. Like the optics, it doesn't look good. And then I was like, well, but the thing is that that's my whole point. I feel like what's happening is that here in the United States, they're being told NFL, NBA, NHL, these are tough guys, we're big and strong. This sissy sport they call soccer is a bunch of losers. And it's like, but the thing is like, well, yeah, but let's be for real. It's why they're saying that. They're saying that because they know most of these guys are not healthy. They're all steroids up like crazy. Like baseball, like those dudes' arms are way too big. Like, I mean, there are groupie women that will like them, of course, because they got money, they got stuff. But let's be for real. Like, and I know this with you. I don't know if you know this, but how many attractive baseball players you see walking around? Am I correct here or not?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many attractive baseball do? Like, who's the guy? Bryce Harper. He was supposed to be the standard of beauty for white Beckies everywhere. Bryce Harper from baseball. Like, he's like the stereotypical white dude, right? As like he's attractive, he's like, you know, that kind of look. He's has a wide body, and that's like the stereotypical like what white girls want in this country, like a wide dude, strong, tall, whatever, right? Am I correct here? Is that pretty much the standard?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
what was that guy's name that was popular for the longest time? That was Dominican. I'm trying to remember his name. Is that
Alex Rodriguez?
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, yep. And for a long time, he was kind of like very popular, like the face of baseball. At least I remember growing up, anyway.
Yeah, you know something was so crazy about this. The way they dropped baseball and NHL, hockey, and they went straight to like NBA basketball, NFL. I always felt that they did that because they felt like we don't want to be seen as racist. So we're just gonna appeal to dark skin black. Cause I know on ESPN, like almost everyone's black, like Black American. So they feel like they're entitled to like sports and everything. And it, you know, to me, it's kind of like, okay, this is kind of weird. And like, I don't know if you noticed that too, like on ESPN or anything. If you really count how many black people you see all over the place. Count how many times you see many black guys you see all over the place. It's just, and it's, and I know why they're doing that because they don't be seen as racist. Like if it's like because they want to feel like it's diversity, whatever. But how is it diversity when the majority of the people are gonna be black then? That's not diversity. Like diversity, you see all sorts of people, you know, talking about sport or different types of people that come. Like that's not diversity. Like you know what I mean. Like even in the World Cup, the
irony. Yeah. You know the irony with that is that if they can, I would say to go ahead and make it like all of the hosts and the talk show, like all of that with everything black, and then I do think that black people would probably stop watching it. It's just not gonna. They would. I just feel like they wouldn't watch it anymore at that point. Like they liked it to, you know how it's okay. So just say that the extent of diversity is just like to white Americans and black people, to black Americans.
Yeah.
even if it's just like one or two in them.
Well, you know something also is what's weird about this with white and with white Americans, because they feel like if we have more blacks on TV, you know, on ESPN, we will be seen as racist. And but what happens when blacks get in those spots, they want to control the narrative and make it about themselves. And that's got like Stephen A. Smith, guys like Shannon Sharp and all those guys. So I see them talking about soccer right now, and I'm noticing with them is like they try their best not to promote the ones from like Latin American countries, because they feel like because you could tell, I don't know if you noticed this, but you could tell a lot of Black Americans, they got a lot of anger towards Hispanic people right now. Like they got a lot of anger towards those people, and you could tell by the way they talk. And I always tell, I for example, Stephen A. Smith, I always says to people about Stephen A. Smith, I could tell right away when he was talking about the World Cup, you could tell right away he really, besides Messi, he didn't want to talk about the Argentina national team like that. He didn't want to talk about it because he knows that if we promote this guy as the greatest athlete around the world, it will lose my image as a black man. Because remember, their idea is I'm black, I'm desired, I have LeBron James the king, you know, the best athlete in the NFL are black men, and you know, stuff like that, and I'm cool with these dudes. I'm you know, I'm an insider and all that stuff, right? So they do not want to promote that guy. And that's why I get with Stephen A. Smith. I always said so about Stephen A. Smith. I always thought that he is not like Hispanic guys. I had a gut feeling about that. You could tell right away, unless they parent to Black Americans. That's the one thing about the Hispanics they keep promoting, is that if they parent to Black American pathology, they'll put you in. But if you don't do that, which is the actual majority, they just get upset. Look at some of the hip hop and rap stuff that are covering the World Cup. Anything about Argentina is negative from Black people right now. It's like they're racist, they're racist, they're racist, they're racist. You know, fuck Messi, fuck that guy. I hate these people. These are white supremacists. All this shit you can think of. That's you can clearly see. They don't like that shit. That's why on ESPN, all these podcasts, even Fox Sports and their network, they don't really want to touch the Messi talk. They really, really don't. Because they feel like if we keep talking about this guy, people like you, they're talking a lot about this guy. I'm going to go watch the game then. Like, you know, like, yo, what's up with this Negro getting angry at Messi? Like, right, Miller? Like, the more they keep talking about Argentina, this and that, you're like, the more you feel like as a person, like, I'm going to go watch this game then. I want to see this. And that's the crazy thing about this, man. Like, that's the part that like it's kind of weird, but you know, it's like they don't want to hear that stuff. That's why I keep talking about the NFL, the NBA, them promoting Black and white Americans. They try to push mixed racial from here in the United States. They push all that stuff, which is understandably so because they're Americans. But at the same time, like, let's be for real. Like, they do not like Messi. They do not like their national team. They do not like this. So, anyway, guys, heading out. All right, talk to you later.